Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Tour Coordinator Kathy Kramer, and I'll be your host for the program. I'd like to welcome you, and we're glad that you're here. This is our 20th annual Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, our 5th online tour, and it's the 3rd time we've added a green home features and an electrification component to the program. We're so happy you can join us. And as people are registering and getting settled, I'd like to begin by thanking the team that has made this event possible. First, my husband, Mike. Come on in, Mike, and share the screen with me. So this is my husband of 30 years and our in-house IT guy, and you'll likely see him drifting in and out of my screen over the course of the day. I'd also like to introduce Jessica Dickinson Goodman. Good morning, Jessica. So Jessica is with us actually from Texas, where she has gone with her family for the eclipse. And Jessica is a native plant gardener and a Zoom expert. And she has been our Zoom Czarina since 2021. And we're very fortunate to have her and hope you have a wonderful time at the eclipse. So when Jessica is not gracing us with her calm online presence, she helps run a 2-acre community and native plant garden in South San Jose, which has been featured on the Growing Native Garden Tour. And this next slide, how do I advance?
Oh, you're not currently sharing your screen. If you wanted to share your screen, then we can see your slides.
Okay, so hang on just one second. So let me know when we're organized.
There we go. Perfect.
All right, so Jessica sent this picture yesterday, and she wrote, after nearly 5 years of native plant gardening around my community garden and the church it shares a campus with, today a toad hopped up the aisle to me while I was working inside on a mural. I cleaned the lint off his feet and walked him to the most mature bit of native plants and left him in a nice hedge of toyon, black sage, gum plant, and more. Hopefully he is happily eating native insects. And so I have complete and utter toad envy. It seems like the pinnacle of success to see a toad in a garden that you have been working on. And Jessica, was this one of the most exciting days of your life or what?
Oh, it was. And my toddler was extremely excited as Frog and Toad are his very favorite book.
I bet. And so maybe we might see toddler Alex, who's now 16 months old, and that is such an adorable age. I know. All right. If you should have technical issues, you can contact Jessica by direct messaging her through Zoom. Or if you can't figure out how to use the chat, you can text or call her at 650-804-9044. Jessica, I hope you have a fabulous time at the eclipse on Monday. All right. So I'd also like to thank the rest of the team. I shouldn't have gone on so quickly. That has helped us with this tour. So Stephanie Pregel, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you, Kathy?
Good, thank you. So it's been such a pleasure to work with Stephanie since really the very beginning of these online tours. And I always appreciate your cheerful support and your great ideas and also your beautiful garden and fully electrified home. You can see Stephanie's home on Saturday, May the 4th. Stephanie will be fielding questions today, and she'll be giving a presentation tomorrow on her garden and home. I'd like to introduce our new team member, my friend and colleague, Jennifer Durking. So Jennifer is having some audio problems this morning, but you can wave at us. Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
I think they're solved.
Oh, yay. What a relief.
I
Okay.
can talk.
Stressing out and not having one of your presenters not be able to present. So Jennifer has been the brawn and a lot of the brain behind the creation of the native plant resource teams, which you'll be hearing more about this morning. She'll be giving 3 presentations this weekend, one on the native plant resource teams, another on how to create the ultimate butterfly garden, and the last on gardening for color and interest throughout the year. So Jennifer is incredibly creative, energetic. She's a great presenter, which you know if you've heard her speak before. Other members of the team that I want to thank are Janet Flint and Valerie Lippman, who have both been instrumental in the development of the native plant resource teams. And now I'd like to thank the garden and electrification ambassadors who are staffing the YouTube and the Zoom chats. We have volunteers on hand every hour of this 2-day-long event, and they are waiting to hear from you. So we hope you'll type in your questions and provide comments in the chat. I'd like to specifically say that the friendly staff from Quit Carbon are with us today as electrification ambassadors. If you should have any questions about electrification at any time, either today or tomorrow, just type them into the chat and you'll get a prompt response. If you're on YouTube, I think you can type them into your chat and we'll carry them over to Zoom. I'd like to thank John Timothy for his moral support, fundraising assistance, and for editing and uploading these videos to the tour's YouTube channel for the last 3 years. I'd like to thank Stephanie McKenna for making the maps again this year. They are just terrific, as you will see in a couple of weeks when you are emailed the links to the in-person garden tour addresses and maps. And thanks to Stephanie, you'll be able to click on the map from your phone and get directions and a brief description of the garden while you're driving around on the weekend of the tour in May. So we are so lucky to have found Stephanie, and thank you very much for making these maps. I'd like to thank the videographers and the people who recorded PowerPoint presentations for this year's online tour: Elise Morgan, Carol Bray, Kathy Simon, and Delia Taylor. So if you know how to make videos and can volunteer to make a video of a garden for next year's tour, please email me through the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour website. The time to start filming and taking still photos is now, when the gardens are looking their best. Then I'd love to introduce you to a native plant gardener near your home and feature your work in the 2025 tour. I'd like to thank the more than 200 hosts and volunteer greeters, garden assistants, and electrification experts on both the online and in-person tours who make this event possible. I'd like to thank the major funders, stalwart major funders: the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, the Contra Costa Water District, and these new major funders this year: the Alameda County Fish and Game Commission, an anonymous donor, the Contra Costa County Fish and Wildlife Committee, and Saving Birds Through Habitat. These sponsors and I hope you'll help birds, bees, and butterflies by eliminating pesticide use in your gardens. None of the gardens you'll see this weekend or on the in-person tour use any pesticides. You'll keep yourself, your children, and your pets safer by gardening without the use of toxic chemicals. Many other funders also help to make this tour a reality, and I'd like to thank them all for their support. Now, some quick logistics for this year's program. The online tour will run today from 10 till 2:30 and also tomorrow for the same thing. The in-person tour will take place Saturday and Sunday, May 4th and 5th. The Bayside Gardens are on Saturday the 4th. The Sunday Gardens are the Inland Gardens on the 5th. The agenda for the day, we'll hear from Doug Palamy this morning. I'll be giving a presentation after that on a retrospective of the tour's first 20 years. Jennifer Durking, thank goodness you got your audio, and so I'm working. We'll be giving a talk on the native plant resource teams, and there'll be a video on Valerie Matzker's beautiful Piedmont garden. In the afternoon, Jennifer will be giving us a talk on the how to create the ultimate butterfly garden. There'll be a video on how to plant milkweed for monarchs from Seed or Starts with Pete Veilleux. JD Bergeron, CEO of International Bird Rescue, will give a talk from neglected to native, transforming a hillside garden. It was his garden in Martinez. And we'll end the day with a talk by Lainey Johnson on gardening for wildlife. We'll be asking the speakers and hosts to answer questions during their presentation time if there's time, and to join you online and respond to your questions in writing after the presentation is over. So if you should have any comments or questions, please type them into YouTube. So if you haven't had the chance yet, and if you haven't had the chance yet to make a donation, we're asking if you would do it now. If you appreciate this tour, the online event, and also the in-person tour, you can support us by making a donation online at bringingbackthenatives.net under Please Donate, Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, or you can mail a check. If you don't have a chance to write the address down, the address is on the tour's website under Contact Us. Garden tour hosts Ann Chambers and her husband Ed McAlpin have generously offered a $500 challenge grant if these funds can be matched with donations from viewers. And a new opportunity is that donations of $500 or more are now tax deductible, thanks to a partnership with the Golden Gate Bird Alliance. So you can please email or call for details, and you'll find contact information for the tour under bringingbackthenatives.net under Contact Us. Again, the Orinda Bookstore has made us a great offer. You can purchase any of the following books from Orinda Books, and a portion of the proceeds will be donated to the tour. You'll also be supporting Orinda Books, a local small business. In this case, the small business is owned by longtime garden tour host Pat Rudebush, whose lovely native plant garden in Orinda you may have visited in the past. You can call Orinda Books at 925-254-7606, or you can order online at orindabooks.com. The benefit books are any of Doug Tallamy's books, and his newest book is the award-winning middle grade edition of Nature's Best Hope. It's a book for children called Nature's Best Hope, How You Can Save the World in Your Own Yard. You can purchase this book and help the children in your life take positive action to help wildlife in their own gardens. Also, his most recent book for adults is The Nature of Oaks. The other two that will benefit the tour are Nature's Best Hope and Bringing Nature Home. And these are the California-specific books that are on the list. Designing California Native Plant Gardens by Alroy Middlebrook and Glenn Keeter. Garden Allies, the insects, birds, and other animals that keep your garden beautiful and thriving. George Oxford Miller's Native Plant Gardening for Bees, Birds, and Butterflies in Northern California. And Helen Popper's California Native Gardening, a month-by-month guide. All right, I'm ready now to introduce Doug Tallamy. He'll be giving the talk, What's the Rush? So, okay.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Doug Tallamy from the University of Delaware, co-founder of Homegrown National Park. And that is exactly what I want to talk about today. It's a small nonprofit. I want to talk about how it came into being, what our goals are, and particularly what the rush in terms of joining Homegrown National Park is. There's a spider at my house. During the day, it looks very much like a bird fecal sac. But at night, it hangs from a leaf and drops a single strand of silk with one sticky glob of glue at the end and goes hunting. Looks very much like a spider when it's doing that. Now, you wouldn't think that a single strand of silk would be a good way to catch something. A web would be a better design. But in fact, they do catch moths. Moths fly in and get caught on that glob of glue. The female spider spins them around, wraps them up in silk, and then has a good feed. Then it goes hunting again, catches another moth, has another good feed. And if it has enough moths, it will have the energy to create an egg mass, a very ornamental egg mass made of silk, and that is how they spend the winter. And if they catch more moths, they'll make 2 or 3 egg mass. The real question is, why are moths flying into her single target? And the answer is she's releasing a sex pheromone that attracts a particular species of moths. So all the moths that fly into her sticky glob of glue are males. They think that she's a female. She is, but she is the wrong species. I wanted to find out what the species of moth that was flying into her glob of glue at my house was, so I unraveled the little bodies that she cut loose and found out it is the bronze cutworm. And I have bronze cutworm adults because I have bronze cutworm caterpillars, and I have bronze cutworm caterpillars at my house because I've got goldenrod, which is their primary host plant. I also have the dotline white moth, beautiful little thing, because I've got oak trees, primarily white oaks, and because I don't rake the leaves away from underneath those white oaks. Dotline white cocoons are often in the leaf litter, so when you rake it away, you're waking away a lot of living things. I have the evening primrose moth because I planted evening primrose. The moth came after I planted it, spends the day with its head stuffed in the flowers. Sometimes it's crowded in there with several moths, but it's always very cute. I have the zebra swallowtail because I planted pawpaws. Pawpaws are the only host plant for the caterpillar of the beautiful zebra swallowtails. It would take me a long time to describe all of the species that now call our property home. It would not take me very long to describe the species that live in a typical residential landscape. There is no goldenrod in a typical residential landscape, so there's no bronze cutworm, so there's no bola spiders. There's no oak trees, so there's no dot line whites. There's no evening primrose, so there's no evening primrose moth. There are no pawpaws, so there's no zebra swallowtails. In fact, there's very little that can live in a typical residential landscapes, and we have 135 million acres of typical residential landscapes in the U.S. So we're not through. We're still developing 800,000 acres of natural areas, turning them into residential landscapes every single year. And that's one of the reasons we're seeing some pretty scary headlines these days, like the insect apocalypse is here, talking about global insect decline. North America's lost 3 billion breeding birds in the last 50 years. 2/3 of Earth's wildlife is already gone. 40% of Earth's plants face extinction. 1 million species are predicted to go extinct by the UN in the next 20 years. It's all very bad news. And that's why Elizabeth Kolbert gets to write The Sixth Great Extinction, an Unnatural History. Talking about the sixth great extinction event that has ever occurred on the planet. But of course, this is the first one that's being caused by a living being. And people are upset by the loss of biodiversity. So much so that scientists are actually studying what our reaction to the loss of biodiversity is. And one of those scientists is Richard Hobbs. And he says that our response to the loss of living things is similar to the 5 stages of grief that we experience when we hear we have a terminal disease. The first stage is denial. And of course, there's a lot of denial out there. Anger, second stage, I feel that sometimes. Bargaining, oh, what can we do? How can we make it better? Depression, we all feel that sometimes. And then stage 5 is acceptance. And this is where we have to push back because acceptance is not an option here. Losing nature is not optional. Acceptance is equivalent to giving up. We cannot give up. So we're going to propose a 6th stage, and that is action. There really are things we can do to stem the loss of the living things on this planet. We do have parks, we do have preserves, but they were established primarily because they were exquisitely beautiful places. Matter of fact, Teddy Roosevelt had a lot to say about that. He said the establishment of the National Park Service is justified by considerations of good administration. So Teddy was patting himself on the back, as he should, of the value of natural beauty as a national asset, and of the effectiveness of outdoor life and recreation in the production of good citizenship. In other words, our parks were created because they were pretty places for us to play in. They were not created for reasons of conservation. And that's one of the reasons we only have 3.6% of the U.S. in national park systems. Only 12% is federally protected. Compare that to Costa Rica. 28% of Costa Rica is federally protected, and a full 12% is in national park systems. But people still wonder, why aren't the parks that we have, the preserves that we have, enough to sustain the biodiversity that we humans need? It's a good question, and there are a number of answers, but the big one is that they are too small. When you take a large habitat and you shrink it down to a small or a tiny habitat, you're taking large populations and shrinking them down to small populations, and that is the problem. Small populations are highly vulnerable to local extinction. Why? Because all populations fluctuate. In good times, they go up. In bad times, they go down. If you're a large population, even in your down cycle, enough individuals so you can increase quickly when times get better. But if you're a tiny population, often in your down cycle, you hit 0. You blink out of your little habitat patch, and then you are gone. And unless you recolonize that patch, which is getting harder and harder to do these days, you are permanently gone, and that is called local extinction. Studies all over the world that are telling us the same thing. The natural areas that we've left on planet Earth are not large enough to sustain the amount of nature that we humans need. Now, we tend to use extinction as a metric of trouble. I don't think it's a good idea, though, because that's like going to the doctor when you're already dead. I think defaunation is a better way to look at things. In other words, the loss in the abundance of species that are actually running our ecosystems. American chestnut is a good example. It used to be the dominant tree from Georgia all the way up through Maine along the crest of the Appalachians. And then we introduced the chestnut blight, and it killed them all. Now it's not extinct. There are sprouts that come up from roots, but chestnuts are functionally extinct. They are no longer present enough in our forests to perform the roles that they once did perform. Rusty patch bumblebee is another good example. It used to be one of the most common bees in the country, but now if you find one, it's a big deal because they're on the brink of extinction. So not gone totally, but functionally gone. Even the American beaver. Beavers established the hydrology of the entire country before Europeans came and trapped out just about all of them. They're not extinct, and they're actually making a comeback in some areas. But whenever they act like a beaver, we trap them and take them someplace else. The hydrology of the country is still permanently changed. So defaunation, the reduction in the abundance of species that run ecosystems, is the real problem. It's local, it's everywhere, and we don't even notice it. We don't even notice it because of a phenomenon called shifting baseline. We tend to think that the way things were when we were kids is the way they've always been and the way they should be. So if we enter a world that is already defaunated, we don't notice that things are missing. None of us, for example, missed the passenger pigeon because it was extinct before any of us were born. The passenger pigeon was the most numerous bird on the entire planet. So shifting baseline means that we are losing biodiversity. We're losing the biodiversity that sustains us, and we don't even notice it. Edwin Way Teale once said decades ago that we cannot make the world uninhabitable for other forms of life and have it habitable for ourselves. This is just common sense. So what should we do? Well, there's actually good news. The UN has taken notice, for example. They had a big meeting in Montreal last year to talk about the biodiversity crisis. This is a headline that came out of that meeting was crucial negotiations to protect biodiversity are moving at a snail's pace. We are negotiating whether or not we're going to protect the biodiversity that keeps us alive on this planet. When we do finish our negotiations, we'll make resolutions, and those resolutions tend to be ignored. So I'm not going to count on the UN to solve the problem. About E.O. Wilson, one of the things that was consistent throughout his very long career was his love of life on planet Earth and his efforts to save it. We want to save it, not just because he loved it, but because he knew it was essential to our own survival. And in 2016, he wrote, Half Earth, Our Planet's Fight for Life. He had one simple message in that book. He said, if we're going to save life anywhere on planet Earth, we're going to have to save nature. We're going to have to save functioning ecosystems on at least half of the planet, or it will disappear everywhere, and that includes humans. It was a very bold statement, and he spent most of the book talking about the science that supports that bold statement. And then he ended the book. He didn't spend a lot of time telling us how we were going to save nature on half of planet Earth. Of course, to a conservation biologist, that is a great idea. We'll just put half the Earth aside, and all the things that are declining can be in that half. We can be in the other half, and it'll be wonderful. But half of terrestrial Earth is already in some form of agriculture, and I don't see that diminishing. We've got 8 billion people, and all of our hardscape, our roadways, our airports, our detritus in the other half. And we don't have a third half to put aside for nature. So how can we realize E.O. Wilson's dream? Well, I think we can, but we need a new approach to conservation in order to do that. We've got to give up the idea that humans and nature cannot coexist. What I want to argue is that not only is living with nature an option, it is now the only viable option that's left to us. In the past, conservationists worked pretty much exclusively where there weren't a lot of people. We now need to turn that on its head and practice conservation where there are a lot of people, because that's pretty much everywhere. So rather than just practicing conservation in pristine areas, we need to practice it where we live, where we work, where we play, where we farm. It means we're going to have to restore a lot of the nature that we've destroyed. And that means we've got to find ways for nature to thrive in human-dominated landscapes. Not hang on by a thread, but thrive. It's been said that fragmentation is the problem. We've taken large habitats and fragmented them into tiny little remnants of their former selves. And those remnants are very small, and they're isolated from each other. So if we connect them with biological corridors so that plants and animals can move back and forth between those habitat fragments, that will diminish the chances that inbreeding will occur within those habitats. You know, the problem still remains. The habitats are still small. They're still tiny. So when the populations fluctuate within them, they still will disappear. What I think we ought to do is start to put the plants back in between those parks and preserves, rebuild habitat in what is now no man's land. We want to put as many plants back as possible, not just to create biological corridors, but to create viable habitat. And that will connect those existing viable habitats, and then they won't be so small anymore, so the populations within them won't be small. Well, who owns the land in between our parks and preserves? We do. It's private property. So if we're going to put plants back in that private property, we need a new attitude about property rights. Have this idea that each one of us can own a piece of the earth and we have the right to do whatever we want with that piece of the earth that we own. But in fact, our yards are not like Las Vegas. You all know that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But what happens on our properties does not stay on our properties. That's because each property out there is part of a local ecosystem. So whatever we do to our properties impacts that entire ecosystem, either positively or negatively. Think about what happens when we dedicate a lot of our property to lawn. That's going to determine whether rain infiltrates when you have a storm or whether it leaves as stormwater runoff. The amount of lawn you have is going to determine how much pollution you're adding to your local watershed, how much nitrogen and phosphorus and herbicides and insecticides that are washing off your lawn. It's going to determine how much carbon you are adding to the atmosphere every time you mow. It's also going to determine whether or not you're supporting pollinators. A good lawn doesn't provide anything for pollinators. How we landscape is going to determine how much carbon we're pulling out of the atmosphere and tying up in plant tissues. If we have a lot of trees on our property, those trees are built out of carbon, and they're also pumping carbon into the ground through their root systems. Once it's in the ground, it's very stable and can stay for thousands of years. The plant choices we make for our properties are going to determine whether we're harboring ecological tumors such as calorie pear or burning bush or barberry, which then escape our plantings and castrate local ecosystem function because they become invasive species. Finally, how we landscape is going to determine whether or not we're supporting the local food web. Are we choosing the plants that actually host the insects that comprise the bulk of the energy of that food web? Finally, how we landscape, how much lawn we have, and our plant choices are going to determine how much life our properties can sustain, which, when you add it all up, will determine how much life the earth can sustain, what the carrying capacity of the earth is. And that is an awesome responsibility. And it's an awesome responsibility that property owners don't even know they have. This also creates a grassroots solution to the biodiversity crisis. There are millions of us out there. And if each one of us recognizes that we all have a role in conservation, we all have a responsibility to be good stewards of the earth, we actually can turn this around. Remember, most of the country is privately owned. 78% of the lower 48 states is privately owned. 85.6% of the country east of the Mississippi is privately owned. So if we don't practice conservation on private property, we're going to fail. And that means that collectively, property owners are now the hope and the future of conservation. Let's return to the lawn. Lawn is the low-hanging fruit out there. It's what we can manipulate the easiest. We've got more than 44 million acres of lawn at this point, which is an area bigger than all of New England. What if we replanted half the area that is now in lawn, restored it? We give us, let's make the math simple. Let's say we've got 40 million acres. We cut that area in half by restoring 20 million of those acres. That's enough to create what we are calling Homegrown National Park. And it will be a huge area. It's going to be bigger than the Adirondacks, plus Yellowstone, plus Yosemite, plus Grand Tetons, Canyonlands, Mount Rainier, North Cascades, Badlands National Park, Olympic National Park, Sequoia National Park, plus the Grand Canyon, plus Denali, which is huge, plus the Great Smoky Mountains. If you add up all those parks, it's still less than 20 million acres. So Homegrown National Park will be the biggest park in the country. A feature of Homegrown National Park, of course, is what we call the biodiversity map. You can join Homegrown National Park for free. You simply register your property on the map, where you're located, and the amount of area that you're going to be a good steward of. Maybe you really are going to reduce the area in lawn. Maybe you're going to plant an oak tree. Maybe you're going to put an aster in a flower pot. Doesn't matter how small an area you're going to be a good steward of. Then you record that area, and your piece of your county is going to light up with a firefly. And of course, the object is to get this message to go viral so that the entire country lights up. The mission of Homegrown National Park is to motivate millions of people to regenerate biodiversity by planting native plants, removing invasive plants from their properties, and therefore reshaping their relationship with nature. What are we asking? We really are asking people to reduce the area in lawn. Lawn doesn't accomplish any of the ecological goals that our properties need to accomplish. To do that by placing it with the native plants that do accomplish those goals. We want to remove invasive species from our properties, and protecting any natural areas, we certainly want to continue to do that. There are real ecological products associated with Homegrown National Park, significant increases in biodiversity, and I'll give you some examples in a few minutes. Measurable reduction in invasive species. If everybody removed the invasive plants from their property, just from their property, we'd be 78% done. We'd be 85% done in the east. That's a great first step. There would be a significant drawdown in atmospheric CO2. Lawn is the worst plant for sequestering carbon, so if you replace it with anything else, you're going to capture more carbon and help climate change. And finally, we're going to start to create habitats outside of parks and preserves. Any bit of conservation we do outside of parks is going to help conservation inside of parks. There are also real sociological products associated with Homegrown National Park. National awareness, not just of what the problems are, but what the solutions are and what our roles in those solutions are. We're trying to change the culture. We want people to recognize that nature's not optional. It's not there just for our entertainment. It's essential, and it's essential for everybody, which means everybody owns responsibility to sustaining it. We want to convert hope into action. Hope is good, but action is even better. And we also want to merge existing national conservation efforts like Audubon and National Wildlife Federation, Wild Ones, all the land conservancies. We want to get all these great conservation efforts onto the biodiversity map. So we have a visual of how well we're doing. Remember, we've got the 30 by 30 initiative. We want to save 30% of the U.S. by 2030. That is not going to happen unless we count conservation that's happening on private property. And that is what the biodiversity map on Homegrown National Park is for. Homegrown National Park is free, which means we're entirely supported by your generosity. There's an urgency in enacting the Homegrown National Park solution. Remember that 135 million acres in residential landscapes. It's a big job. So we all need to get to work, and we all need to know what it is we have to do in order to succeed. Well, there's 4 things that every single property needs to accomplish ecologically if we're going to reach a sustainable relationship with the natural worlds that support us. We all have to. Every single property has to support a food web. Every property has to sequester carbon. Every property has to manage the watershed in which it lies. And every property has to support pollinators. Lawn accomplishes none of those goals, which is why we're focusing on it. We have to learn how important plant choice is. The plants we choose for our property are going to determine whether or not we have a viable food web on our property. There are 3 kinds of plants out there. There are plants that contribute energy to local food webs, plants that do not contribute energy to local food webs, and plants that remove energy from local food webs. The very best contributor across the country is one of the oaks. They're contributing more energy to local food webs than any other plant by far. A good example of a non-contributor would be a ginkgo. Ginkgo biloba from Asia. It's a pretty ornamental plant, has nice fall color, but nothing can eat a ginkgo. So it's not adding any energy to the local food web. Example of a detractor would be a non-native plant that has become invasive. Not only is it not contributing energy to local food webs, but it escapes our properties, things like bamboo or calorie pear or burning bush or barberry or porcelain berry. They escape our properties and they push out the contributing native plants that are supporting local food webs. So the net result is a loss in energy in local food webs. We need to appreciate how important caterpillars are in local food webs. Caterpillars are more important than any other type of plant eater because they are transferring more energy from plants to other animals. And that's because so many things eat caterpillars. It turns out they are the meat and potatoes, the bread and butter of local food webs. If we design landscapes that don't have a lot of caterpillars in them, they're going to be failed food webs and eventually failed ecosystems. And that's why keystone plants are essential to our landscapes because they support the most caterpillars. Remember what a keystone is. It's the stone in the middle of the Roman arch. And if you take that stone out of the arch collapses. Well, if you take keystone plants out of the local food web, the food web collapses. Just 14% of our native plants are supporting 90% of the caterpillar food that drives those food webs. That 14% are the keystone plants in our nation. Keystone plants in the ecological house that you're building as the 2x4s that hold that house up. They are the support system. You can't have an ecological house without them. And we can't build a house out of wallpaper, which is what we've been doing with our ornamental plants for the last century. We have to remember all the wonderful things that E.O. Wilson told us throughout his long career. And one of the most important was that insects are the little things that run the world. And life as we know it depends on those insects. He also told us that most of the insects that eat plants are host plant specialists. They can only eat the plants for which they have evolved specialized adaptations that allow them to get around the plant defenses that all plants have. Remember, plants don't want to be eaten. They want to capture energy from the sun and use it for their own growth and reproduction. So they've loaded their tissues with nasty tasting chemicals, and any insect that eats those plants has to be able to get around those chemicals. I'm going to use the monarch butterfly as an example. We all know a lot about monarchs. Not only are they beautiful, but we know that they are host plant specialists on milkweeds. And we know that milkweeds are toxic plants. They're loaded with cardiac glycosides. Those are compounds that if we eat a lot of milkweeds, it will stop our hearts. They also have sticky latex sap in their veins. That is what gives milkweeds their name. If you break open a milkweed leaf, all this white goo comes out. And when it's exposed to air, it gels. So if that gets on a caterpillar or another insect's mouth parts, it glues their mouth parts shut and the caterpillar will starve. Well, those are very effective defenses to keep most insects from eating milkweeds, but the monarch butterfly, remember, is a specialist on milkweeds. It has very specialized enzymes that can store and excrete and detoxify cardiac glycosides. It has behavioral adaptations that allow it to block the flow of those sticky latex saps, and that allows the monarch butterfly to eat this toxic plant without dying. The point I want to make here, though, is that monarchs are not special. 90% of the insects that eat plants are host plant specialists on particular plants, and if we take those plants away, we're going to lose those insects. We have to recognize how important pollinators are. Now, as a nation, we're doing pretty well with this. We've recognized that pollinators have been in trouble for some years now, starting with the honeybee. Honeybee has problems from colony collapse disorder, but so do our native bees. We have between 3,600 and 4,000 species of native bees. Most of them are in steep decline. Now, we tend to hear that we need pollinators because they pollinate a third of our crops. Actually, we need pollinators everywhere. It's not just for agriculture, because they pollinate 80% of all plants and 90% of all flowering plants, including a few of our crops. Losing our pollinators in or outside of agriculture is not an option. We need to start appreciating how important fallen leaves are, what we call leaf litter. They have several roles. One of their most important roles is to return nutrients to the soil, the nutrients that our plants used the previous year. They're all tied up in those leaves. Those nutrients have to be returned to the soil so that the plants can use them again in future years. The leaf litter also covers the ground, forms a blanket, and protects the moisture in our soil communities. There are more species that live underground than above ground. Most of them are breaking down those leaves, returning the nutrients to the soil. That includes the mycorrhizal fungi that then transfer those nutrients to plant roots. So the underground ecosystem is an extremely important one, and all of the species in the ground depend on high levels of moisture. So if we rake our leaves away, it exposes the ground, the soil dries out, and the soil community dies. Just to give you an example of how many things live in leaf litter, in a single square meter of leaf litter, there are 250,000 mites, 100,000 springtails, columbulan springtails, 90,000 proturans, those are primitive insects, so small you practically need a microscope to see them, 1 million nematodes. It is a teeming ecosystem. And many of us think we have to rake all the leaves away so that our ornamental plants can grow the next year. Well, who was raking the leaves before we got here? Of course, nobody was, and the plants did just fine. So normal layers of leaf litter do not deter plant growth. They grow right through them. Give it a try this coming year in your own flower beds. Don't rake the leaves away and see how well your plants do. Light pollution is one of the major causes of insect declines, not just in this country, but in Europe as well. And there are a number of ways that lights kill our nocturnal insects. But we're lucky in this case because though it's a major cause of insect decline, it's one of the easiest ones to fix. Nocturnal insects are not attracted to yellow wavelengths. So if we remove the white bulb from our security lights and put in a yellow bulb, overnight we could save millions of insects. And if we use a yellow LED, we could save millions of dollars as well. We also have to recognize how destructive mosquito fogging is. It's a booming business around the country. And the mosquito foggers say it's okay because what they're fogging is an organic product. It's a natural product. And they're correct. It's pyrethroids. It's the compounds made by chrysanthemums to ward off insects. But cyanide is a natural product. It's an organic product. Ricin is a natural organic product. Nicotine is a natural organic product. So being natural and organic does not make it non-toxic. Mosquito foggers also say it only kills mosquitoes. And I wish they were right about that. But in fact, it kills everything, all of the insects that it comes in contact with, including all of the pollinators we're trying to save, including our beleaguered monarchs, which are now red listed. We've lost well into the 90% of our monarchs. They're on the brink of extinction. The ironic thing about mosquito fogging is that it does not control mosquitoes. You cannot control mosquitoes in the adult stage. It's too hard. You have to kill 90% to get good control. Mosquito foggers kill between 10 and 50%, so they are not even close to getting good control. If you really want to control mosquitoes, you do it in the larval stage, and homeowners can help in this regard. Just get a bucket, fill it full of water, put in a handful of straw or hay, put it out in the sun for a few days so they can build up a population of diatoms and algae, because that is what mosquito larvae eat. So your bucket becomes an irresistible brew for any female mosquito in your yard. She will preferentially lay her eggs in your bucket. Then you go to the hardware store and you get a sheet of mosquito dunks. That's $12 for a season's worth of control. Mosquito dunk is, it's Bacillus thuringiensis. It's a natural bacterium that only kills aquatic diptera. And the only aquatic diptera in your bucket is a mosquito larva. It's targeted, it's cheap, and if everybody did it, it would be effective as well. We have to recognize how important small properties can be to conservation. Remember, 82% of us live in and around cities. So we all have a responsibility to conservation, and that includes people with tiny properties. And if you have no property at all, container gardening can be very effective. Let's say you live in an apartment. Use container gardening with native plants. You can still supply pollen and nectar to a number of our pollinators, to migrating monarchs. If everybody in that apartment building did it, just picture what's a pile of bricks would be really actually a well-planted ecosystem. And if you go to our website, homegrownnationalpark.org, there's a section of that site which tells you which plants are the best plants to get for container gardening, depending on which ecosystem you live in. So we now know what the best plants are for container gardening, so everybody can participate in conservation no matter how small an area you have. Fortunately, we do have a silver bullet in our fight against both climate change and biodiversity crisis. They both have a similar solution, and that is that conservation works. And there's a number of examples of this. There's an area in Illinois called the Nachusa Grasslands. It's 3,800 acres in size. There are now more than 730 native plant species in that space. 180 species of birds use it. It used to be a cornfield. The point is, nature is enormously resilient. My own property in Oxford, Pennsylvania, this is where my wife Cindy and I live. We have 10 acres of a farm that was broken up into 10-acre lots way back in the year 2000. Very old farm, been farmed almost 300 years, mowed for hay before we bought it. So our job was to rebuild the ecosystem on this property. And in no time at all, we were able to do that. We simply put the plants back. We put the plants back so successfully that there are now 1,260 species of moths that make a living on our property. I haven't counted the butterflies yet. And because so many of those are types of bird food, we have recorded 62 species of birds that have bred on our property. Not flew by, but bred. The birds are breeding because we've got bird food. Birds are feeding their young, hundreds of caterpillars every single day. It's actually hard to find a caterpillar on our property. And that answers the question. People say, why don't all those caterpillars eat all the plants on your property? They don't eat all the plants because we've got so many things eating those caterpillars. Not just the birds, but we've got insect predators like damsel bugs that eat caterpillars, like assassin bugs, and predatory stink bugs that eat caterpillars. Paper wasps, yellow jackets, bulb-faced hornets all eat caterpillars. We've got a number of hymenopteran parasitoids that lay their eggs in caterpillars and kill them. We have predatory wasps that sting the caterpillars and paralyze them, and then take them back to their nests and lay an egg on the caterpillar. So the caterpillar is paralyzed, it's not dead, and this is nature's form of refrigeration. If it killed the caterpillar would rot before the egg even hatched. But because it's paralyzed, it stays nice and fresh when that egg hatches, and then it can eat the caterpillar. We've also got vertebrate animals that are controlling our insects. Things like skunks and possums and raccoons and foxes. 25% of a fox's diet is insects. We've got amphibians, we've got spring peepers, we've got toads, we've got salamanders, we've got ringneck snakes, we've got tiny little gray tree frogs that are actually green when they're babies. We have many layers of trophic systems that are controlling the insects on our property. But our lawn goals are too modest. And that's because most of the private property that's out there is actually in small woodlots, cropland, or rangeland. As a matter of fact, we've got 406 million acres of woodlots that are managed by private citizens, not logging companies in the U.S. And by managed, I mean they're logging them. They're using the woodlots as a source of income. But there's two ways to do that. You can do that through high-grade harvesting. You're taking the very best trees and leaving the rest. That gives you a great harvest once. Or what we call worst first harvesting. You take smaller, more frequent harvests of trees, not the best trees, the leaners, the things that are not doing so well, and leave the very best trees. That leads to higher yields, and you can harvest from that woodlot over time indefinitely. We also have cropland, 410 million acres of cropland in the U.S. And you might think there's not much we can do to cropland to increase its biodiversity value, but that is not true. There are 4 things we can do. We can manage the roadsides much more productively than we currently do. We can put the hedgerows back. We can add prairie strips. And we can minimize our use of neonicotinoid insecticides. You know, the monarch butterfly has declined primarily because of the loss of milkweed, and that has occurred because of the loss of milkweed along the roadsides of agriculture. Thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of road verges along agriculture have been turned from what we call weeds, that's milkweed and New York ironweed and goldenrod and asters, has been turned into lawn. So now we don't have the host plants that our native bees and our monarchs need, and we do have to mow a whole lot more lawn, putting carbon into the atmosphere. The good news is we can turn that lawn along agricultural fields back into appropriate native plantings. This is happening in Iowa and a number of other states. So any grower that is out there who has converted their crop edges to lawn, please return them to the native plantings that they once were comprised of. Not long ago, we also waged war on hedgerows. We removed all the hedgerows from our farmland. It was easier for big machinery to move around. But there are many places where we removed hedgerows where we didn't need to. Well, hedgerows, particularly when they are comprised of diverse native plant species, are a huge source of biodiversity. So we want to put those hedgerows back every place we can. And adding prairie strips has become very important. Prairie strips are wide plantings of pollinator plants right through the corn, right through the soybeans, planted at right angles to the flow of water off the property. So not only does it provide wonderful habitat for pollinators, but it also reduces topsoil loss from our farmlands by 95%. It reduces water pollution by 90%. And it's supported by USDA CRP programs. So it's a win-win for everybody. And finally, we want to avoid neonicotinoid seed coatings. Neonicotinoids, it's a new form of insecticides that are 7,000 times more toxic to insects than DDT was. They're used preventively. In other words, whether or not you have an insect problem, you're buying seed that is covered with neonicotinoids. The interesting thing is that when you plant a field with seed-coated corn or soybeans or wheat, you do not get higher yield than if you planted it without the seed coatings. So we're doing this for nothing. Only 5% of the seed coating is taken up by the plant. The other 95% washes off into the watershed where it's extremely resistant, stays there for a long time, or it blows away on dust where we have no idea what harm it's causing. Then finally, rangeland. Rangeland is the biggest chunk of the country. 770 million acres are dedicated to rangeland. That's 4.5 times the size of Texas that is now being grazed. But that does not mean it has to be an ecological disaster. Cindy and I visited an experimental range in Nebraska a few years ago. It was a wonderful place. There were cattle there grazing, but there were sunflowers everywhere. There were prairie birds everywhere. Remember, our grasslands throughout the world evolved with grazers. So having grazing on grasslands is not only normal, it maintains the diversity of those grasslands. The problems come when we overgraze, when we have too many cattle over a particular place, and also when we remove the beavers, believe it or not. Particularly in the Southwest, when you remove beavers from rangeland, and you get those summer monsoons and the flash floods. Of course, the beaver dams are gone, and then the streams become incised. They become deeply cut. It lowers the water table so that it's extremely easy to overgraze an area because it's so dry there anyway. So putting the beavers back raises the water table, or beaver analog dams, raises the water level and makes the dry Southwest not quite as dry as it used to be and much more productive. Of course, you have to keep cows out of those restored wetlands. They will eat the cottonwoods, they will eat the willows, and again, those are great sources of biodiversity. So we have to fence the cows out of our streams, but when that is done, grazing land, rangeland becomes a really productive ecosystem. Now, there's something common to each one of these conservation approaches, and that is whether or not they succeed depends on the decisions that you and I make. I had a student in my class a few years ago, Amanda Crandall. She was writing a final exam, and she said, well, conservationists claim to be managing species and habitats. What we're really managing is people, and that is so true. We need to change our adversarial relationship with nature to a collaborative one. That is the only path forward. And the question is, can we do this? Well, of course we can do this. You don't have to save biodiversity for a living, but you can save it where you live, and if you do, it empowers you. More and more people recognize that the Earth has some serious challenges, environmental challenges these days, but most people feel powerless. What can one person do? Well, one person can shrink the lawn, one person can modify your light system, one person can add a pollinator garden, one person can use container gardening, one person can remove invasive plants, one person can garden with keystone plants, one person can fire your mosquito fogger, one person can join Homegrown National Park. There's a lot of things one person can do to totally revitalize the ecosystem on their property, and then enhance their greater local ecosystem instead of continuing to detract from it. And this also shrinks the problem down to something that's manageable for each one of us. Don't think about the entire Earth's problems. You'll get depressed. Just worry about the piece of the Earth that you can manage. If you own property, it's obvious. That's where you start. If you don't own property, help somebody who does. Help a land conservancy. Help a park or preserve. They're all underfunded. They're all understaffed. They will love you as a volunteer. So I hope Homegrown National Park will provide the motivation and the guidance for millions of people to tackle these conservation challenges. Because whether or not we do that now is going to determine nature's fate and then ultimately our own.
Here's how to use some of the tools that Homegrown National Park has put together to help you get started and make this movement grow at the speed that the biodiversity crisis demands. A great first step is to download the Keystone Guides for your ecoregion. Under Resources, you'll find guides for trees and shrubs, as well as smaller plants that are container-friendly so you can participate on your patio or balcony. Also under resources is our directory. Since the details of planting native vary so much from region to region, the best resources for products and information are almost always local. The directory shows local nurseries that have native plants and seeds for purchase. If we don't yet have any local services listed for your area, there are still many suppliers who will ship native plants nationwide. Just enter your state name into the search field to get a list of every resource that provides services in your area. If you prefer to hire a landscape professional for installation or maintenance, you'll find these listings here as well. And you'll also find nonprofits that can help you learn more. Your closest Wild Ones or Native Plant Society are always a good bet for information. Another great first step is to download a plant ID app like iNaturalist so you can take an inventory of the plants already on your property and learn if they are native, non-native, or invasive. Next, you'll want to make your contributions known by entering your new or existing native plantings on the HNP Biodiversity Map. The map is designed to be the epicenter of biodiversity regeneration, consolidating and measuring everyone's efforts. It doesn't replace what any individuals or groups are doing, but amplifies and consolidates all these actions, creating a dynamic visual pinpointing where actions are thriving and where they are desperately needed. Entries can be as small as 1 square foot, or you can even get on the map with just a planting goal. When you get on the map as an individual, your plantings aren't publicly identified, but businesses, corporations, nonprofits, and other types of organizations have the option to publicly identify their planting sites and invite employees or members to work together toward a common planting goal. We have additional instructionals to help you get on the map and also have a planting calculator to help you
So I wanted to just get back to our own local stuff at the moment and say that I always find hearing Doug Tallamy speak, he's so inspiring and motivating. I know he's encouraged me and many other people to change the way that we garden. And I love that he talks about that we can do things ourselves because we have our own gardens or we have balconies that we can garden on or parks that we can support. To put the native plants back into our gardens and also to remove the non-native ornamentals and replace them with natives. They were just talking in this recording about the partnerships with Homegrown National Park, and you could go now to their map and you can sign in under the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and you could log in your property. You can get on the map there through the tour. So I'm going to go on now to the next presentation, which is a 20-year retrospective of the tour. And I'd like to start by asking people who are chatting away to post in the chat, how many total garden visits do you guess have been made since the tour began 20 years ago? And then when we get to the end of my time, we'll see who was able to come close. So I wanted to start by thinking about the passage of time and how to show it. And one way is by watching our children grow. And in the amount of time that I have been running the tour, our son has grown from a little boy into this amazing man who bicycled alone from California to Massachusetts in a trip that still boggles my mind. And here he is getting ready to go. Another way to show the passage of time is by looking at our gardens. So this is our garden 20 years ago. And this is our garden today. This is actually our garden this very morning. And since we are native plant friends, I'll tell you that the purple is a California lilac, the yellow is the aquatic monkey flower, and the white in the back are cow parsnip. And the third way to think about the passage of time is what was going on in society. So in 2005, when the tour began, George Bush was president. And also in 2005, the first ever video was uploaded to YouTube. It was 19 seconds long and it's called Me at the Zoo. You can still see it online. So now I wanted to start actually by thanking the stalwart funders who have supported the tour every year for the last 20 years. And they are the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, and the Contra Costa Water District. I'm grateful to all the funders who've supported the tour, but especially these three who've just been so steadfast. So the first tour took place in 2005, and it was amazingly and astonishingly successful. It was free, which was unheard of at the time when there were garden tours, but they charged. With 55 gardens, it was big. It was the first native plant garden tour in the East Bay. There were lots of newspapers then, and they had home and garden sections, and color photos of the tour were splashed across all the covers. Talented Monica Alatorre designed this garden guide and all of the others that follow. The guide was 88 pages long. It had color photos on the cover and inside. And it was a one-day event for many years. And for the first number of years, the gardens only needed to contain 30% or more natives. And now they have to contain 70% or more natives. But when the tour began, that was what I was able to get. Let's see, I had worked as an environmental educator for 15 years prior to starting the tour, and I had coordinated many events, but never a garden tour. When I sought funding to hold the tour, I told the funders that I would have 1,500 registrants. I was pretty sure I could do that, but to myself, I thought, I want 3,000. It was so much work and took so much time. It just seemed like I should have more of an impact. With the novelty of the tour and the publicity that it got in the local papers, my phone just rang off the hook. And in that first year, 5,575 people registered for the tour, and they made 19,182 garden visits. And this welcoming woman, she was actually a greeter in a later tour at Pat Rudebush's garden, but she's such a great representation of a cheerful greeter that I have popped her in here. To represent the 191 volunteers and hosts who made this first tour possible. The Fleming Garden was on the tour from 2005 to 2010. It was an astonishing garden in Berkeley. This garden set the record for the highest number of visitors at one garden in a day, and that was 1,320 people who went to the Fleming Garden on the first day of the tour. This meadow is in the Fleming Garden. It's a red fescue and wildflower meadow at the base of this steep slope. The Fleming Garden was started in the early 1950s by Jenny and Scott, and they installed it. This garden was more than 50 years old when it was on the tour. So visitors to the garden actually walked up this slope along this stream that flowed alongside the path. And my friend Chris Dundon, who was there that day, told me that it was like Disneyland. He said people just stood in line and they like went up the hill and then they turned around and they came back down again. So the Flemings, by the second tour, they installed this railing to make it a little easier to get up. And they also put in a stone path across the stream so that people walked up the hill, then they would walk over the stream and the top of the waterfall, and then they would come down on the other side of the garden so that there was a loop. Another exciting garden that was on that first tour was the Urban Bee Garden. It was a research garden located near the Berkeley campus. And this garden had 531 visitors on the day of the 2005 tour. And Dr. Gordon Franke studies native bees, and this garden was specifically designed to attract a diverse variety of native bees. Dr. Franke's research showed that what he calls urbanized residential areas, but that means your garden and mine, can support a high diversity of local native species if they are planted with the right plants. This is Glenn Schneider's Berkeley Garden, which is planted with local native plants. And Glenn was really like ahead of the pack when he started planting his garden, I don't know, I suppose 30 or more years ago. His very small garden had 679 visitors that first year, and his garden was on the tour for 14 or 15 years straight. Glenn has this charming woodland in the front garden that's a cow parsnip and bunch grasses and irises I see there. And the back garden are the cheerful yellow mule's ears and the purple brodea that are actually in bloom now. This was Kern Hildebrand's garden in Walnut Creek. It was designed by Michael Filgen of Four Dimensions Landscape Company. This garden had oak woodland, redwood forest, chaparral, and grassland plants. They replaced what Kern told me was a former, quote, hill of weeds, end quote, and bunch grasses created this lovely hillside meadow. On the second tour, there were 64 gardens. This is the most gardens that have ever been on the tour. There were more than 5,000 registrants. It was a big event. More than 70 talks were given on the day of the tour. Things had calmed down at the Fleming Garden, and that year there were just 844 garden visits. And for many years, the evaluations for the tour were done on paper. And so this year, information from more than 600 evaluations was tallied by hand in my living room by a team of volunteers. In 2006, Sue Duckles and her sister Sherry, who had side-by-side oak woodland gardens in the Oakland Hills, offered their garden for the first time. And they had their garden on the tour off and on for 12 years. Sue and Sherry grew up on one of these lots, and later Sherry bought the house from their mother. And when the house next door came up for sale, then Sue bought it. So the sisters removed the fence between their lots, and they freed the oaks and redwoods from the ivy that had encased them and created a beautiful native plant garden on the slope that ran downhill from their home. And Sue told me that she removed ivy from this steep slope by cutting it up in like 8 or 10 foot pieces. And then she would kind of pull it out of the ground until it created this mat. And then she would sit on her butt and she would kick that roll down the hill, and the weight of the roll would tear the ivy roots out of the ground, and she was relatively easily able to clear it. And she would leave the mass at the bottom of the hill to dry until there wasn't so much weight to it, and then take it away. That year, I received the National Wildlife Federation Conservation Achievement Award for Education, and my husband Mike and I were flown to Washington, D.C., and put up at the Mayflower Hotel of Mayflower Madam infamy, though we didn't see any of that going on. Sadly, I couldn't find the program to show here. I'm sure it will turn up tomorrow, and I know this makes me sound like George Santos, but it still amazes me that among the co-awardees that year were former Vice President Al Gore, then California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Bill McKibben. And here I'm photographed with the MC for the evening, Jack Hanna of Jack Hanna's Animal Adventures. I was the first to receive my award, and I was told, you'll be up at 8:13 right after the penguins. It was a sold out $250 a plate event at the Mayflower Hotel. There were 650 people attending. And as I made my acceptance speech, I noticed that there were these 2 Jumbotron screens with my face on them. And I felt like Tom Petty. And when I saw that, I just really couldn't look up anymore. In 2007, Steve Jobs introduces the first iPhone at Macworld in San Francisco. And doesn't it make you wonder like how we managed without them? In the meanwhile, back on the home front, during the 2007 tour, 13,000 garden visits were made, and we are approaching the 50,000 cumulative garden visit total. And 3 new components were added to the tour in 2007. One was the native plant extravaganzas, where native plant nurseries, some of them not generally open to the public, were opened for the day of the tour, and the extravaganzas still run today. Barbecue lunches were available for purchase at several stops. And the third thing was we started select tours. They were small group tours of private gardens, and one could go on Meet the Designer. Oh, Mike, can you help me here? There we go. One could go on a Meet the Designer tour and see 3 gardens that Michael Filgen or Kat Weiss or Pete Veilleux had designed, or we went to visit great bird or butterfly gardens. In 2007, Jeff Jurgi, he's a longtime garden tour host, and he also owns the Peddler Bike Shop in El Sobrante, helped us run the Fraction of a Century bike tour, which included a gourmet lunch in Gail Giffin's beautiful garden in Lafayette. Over the years, we had a walking tour of Berkeley Gardens and Meet the Do-It-Yourselfers, among many others. In 2007, Al Kite has his Moraga garden on the tour for the first time, and it would be on the tour every year for 17 years, more than any other garden. Al started taking out his front lawn in the drought in the early 1970s when it didn't make sense to him to keep watering. And this is his front garden now. He designed and installed this 50-year-old garden himself. It's a low maintenance and water conserving garden. Only new plants are watered. On the left is a dry stream bed located between vine maples. And in the sunnier parts of the garden, mature manzanitas are surrounded by chaparral plants. This is the backyard where trails wind through open areas of wildflowers that give way to tall shrubs and trees. This 25-foot long stream tumbles across the garden, and Al, who is a professional fly fisher, told me that he practiced casting into this pool across his yard. Al has seen 90 species of birds in or above his garden. In 2008, there were 55 gardens on the tour, and we're at almost 62,000 cumulative garden visits. And in December of that year, I accepted the Governor's Environmental and Economic Leadership Award in Sacramento on behalf of the tour. And you can't really tell here, but I'm actually about 12 months pregnant, and I'm sure that everyone was glad that we were able to get through the ceremony without incident. 2 weeks later, our daughter was born. And people might wonder why I do the work that I do and why I have done this for so long. And it's because I fear for the future that faces my children and yours and their as yet unborn children. I hope that you'll join me in protecting them by doing what you can to reduce your environmental impact. Doug had a terrific list of things that you can do. You can eliminate pesticide use in your own garden. I have not used pesticides in my garden in 35 years. Buy organic food. You can include native plants in your garden, preferably 70% or more, to create breeding areas for birds, but you can just start by putting any native plants in your garden. You can turn off your exterior lights at night to protect migrating birds or insects, or you can replace those lights with yellow bulbs, or you can use, what are they called? Those things that go on and then go off again when they're needed. Install a water feature on your property and keep it clean. Birds like it to make some noise and have moving water. You can electrify your home, put on solar panels, get heat pumps, get an induction range, and you can vote in elected officials who support legislation that will protect the environment. 2009 is our 5th anniversary. We celebrate by changing the cover of the guide so that it features 3 photos instead of 4. And I love these garden guides because they really put to rest the idea that many people had that native gardens were weedy, unattractive, and not colorful. It was hard to argue with the garden guides that had these beautiful photos of native plants and native gardens on the cover. We passed 75,000 cumulative garden visits in our 5th year. My mom flew in for the tour, and we tote the baby along with us on the day of the event. And this is the start of taking our daughter with us on the tour for many years. Something really interesting happened on our 5th anniversary. For the first four years, Oakland and Berkeley together comprised 30 or 40% or more of the gardens that were on the tour. It seemed like a very localized event. But in 2009, the 5th year of the tour, 2 things happened. A lot of new gardens were offered. About half of the gardens on that tour were new. And for the first time, Oakland and Berkeley made up a lower percentage of the gardens. We had our first Pittsburgh garden, and there were 2 in Hayward and 2 in El Sobrante, and there were gardens at all the cities that start with P, Pleasanton, Pleasant Hill, and Pinole. It was great to see the idea of gardening with native plants spreading to other cities. So for the first 5 years of the tour, there were more than 5,000 registrants every year. But in 2010, the 6th year, there were more than 6,000 registrants, and we're at more than 91,000 cumulative garden visits. In the fall of that year, the tour was honored with the Department of Pesticide Regulations IPM Innovator Award for educating the public about pesticide-free gardening. And I'm receiving the award in Sacramento from our current state senator, Nancy Skinner. 2011 was a banner year. This was the 7th year of the tour, and there were more than 7,000 registrants. That's the most registrants that we have ever had in one year. And this trajectory of increasing the number of registrants by 1,000 people a year was worrying me a little. Nearly 20,000 garden visits were made in 2011. That was the most garden visits that were made in one year. And this is like just one day of the tour. That year, there was a high of 929 visitors at each of a cluster of small gardens in Berkeley. And this pushed the number of garden visits total up over 100,000. Excuse me. The next year, 2012, we passed 125,000 cumulative garden visits, and the first Antioch and Kensington gardens are on the tour. And this is the year that the first Mono More workshop was run. So I am not a handy person. And it came to me one day that being able to attend a workshop on how to sheet mulch would really help people to move ahead with their own projects. So my friend, the talented garden designer Kelly Marshall, and I ran these workshops for many years. Excuse me. We sheet mulched lawns all over Contra Costa and Alameda counties with up to 30 people in a workshop. And some of the lawns that we sheet mulched went on to become native plant gardens that were offered for the tour. Excuse me, in 2013, 138 cumulative garden visits had been made. This beautiful garden on the tour, it was Joan Lohman and Jen Bean's garden in Oakland. It was designed by talented Liz Simpson, who has since, sadly for us, moved to Washington State. And that year I received the Jefferson Award. Kate Kelly is a news anchor from KPIX, and she spent an afternoon in our garden filming me for a news segment on the award. 2014 was the tour's 10th anniversary, and we celebrate by changing the cover to feature one large photo and also by putting a sticker on the front. That year, we had Music in the Gardens feature, and at various gardens, you could hear lutes, flutes, banjos, guitars, and Baroque or Renaissance music, and also the 15-person a cappella Berkeley Community Chamber Singers performed at the Bee Garden. Also that year at Carol Baird and Alan Harper's Oakland Garden, there was a native plants food tasting table, and you can visit this garden on Saturday, May 4th during the in-person tour. Also on the food front here in front of Nancy Wenninger's garden in Walnut Creek, Dan Klusenkamp, who was our date that year on the day of the tour with his family, is encouraging our children to eat termite grubs, and his daughter appears more willing than mine. And also that year, Nalani Heath Delaney's garden in El Cerrito was on the tour. This was designed and installed by Nalani and her partner, and this area was formerly a kind of scruffy lawn. In 2015, nearly 13,000 garden visits were made during the tour, and we were almost at 165,000 cumulative garden visits. That year, Bob Sorensen's local native plant garden in Orinda is on the tour, and this home previously had very large lawns in the front and back, and now the front yard is this meadow that's full of buttercups, and the back has been planted with local native plants from Briones, and Bob made this bridge over the creek that flows through the back garden. It is just such an amazing garden, and I hope to have it back on the tour next year. The cover of this 2016 guide is a photo of Nancy and Robert Jolda's Piedmont Garden, and we are a hair's breadth from reaching 175,000 cumulative garden visits. And this is Leslie Zander's Albany Garden, and she's been a host for many years. And it was very interesting to me to see in the evaluations that when people were asked, what were your favorite gardens? So many of them would say the Fleming Garden in the Berkeley Hills and Leslie Zander's garden. And they were so different. Like the Fleming Garden was a spectacular, large, garden on this hillside. And Leslie had this modest garden in the flats of Albany, but people said they loved Leslie's garden because it was felt that it was something that they could do. 2017, this photo was taken by Liz Simpson in one of her Oakland gardens. And also in 2017, Nancy Niemeyer's garden was on the tour for the first time. And Nancy Niemeyer has one of the most colorful gardens you'll ever see. This was previously a large lawn. It's in Clayton. Nancy has cut her water use in half since the garden was converted to natives. You can visit this garden this year on Sunday, May 5th during the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. And this is also such an interesting garden because Nancy designed it by modeling it after an ancient Roman garden. She said she loved history and plants, and she has all these features, including that black and white tile mosaic that she made that is just, it's so interesting and so beautiful, and that beautiful sculpture. All right. 2018, there was a theme to the tour, and it was art and music in the gardens. Tour attendees could purchase art at 10 gardens, sketch in Leslie Buck's Berkeley Garden, where art supplies were provided, attend a talk on nature journaling in Orinda, or learn how to make garden mosaics in Alameda. In addition, artful gardens, those containing handmade tile tabletops or mosaics, sculptures, or whimsical art pieces were featured. Finally, this year and also the following year, the Stanley Middle School Jazz Messengers performed at a tour garden. In this case, they were at Martha and Kerwin Lee's garden in Lafayette, and they were just terrific. I don't even like jazz really, but I went specifically because I wanted to hear this group, and the kids were so talented. It was really fun. Like people came and the garden filled up just for this, the time that they were playing. It was just great. In 2019, on our 15th anniversary, we are a hair's breadth from crossing the 200,000 cumulative garden visits line. We have another sticker on the cover of the tour as a celebration. This is our last printed garden guide. So this brings us to 2020. And it takes a year to coordinate each tour. As soon as one tour has ended in May, I'm out visiting potential gardens for the next year's event. In spring and early summer, I visit, photograph, and write up the descriptions of the gardens. In the fall, I update the website. In the winter, I prepare to open registration and do publicity. As COVID approached in March of 2020, I wondered what to do. It was such a strange and worrisome thing. I wondered if I had an obligation to cancel the tour to protect the hosts and volunteers and guests. I wondered if I even had the right to cancel the tour because I had received funding to hold the event from funders. I wondered if I would lose a year's income if I didn't hold the tour as I had promised the funders that I would. But on March the 22nd, I canceled the tour with its 49 gardens and 50 talks and 9 workshops and 3 plant sales. The garden guide was one day from being printed when I made the decision to cancel the tour. There would have been a $7,000 printing bill and thousands of garden guides in my living room with nowhere to go if I had not canceled the tour that day. And 2 days later, I got an email from Ethan Bodnar, who I did not know. He was a tour registrant. And he wrote, quote, "Wanted to reach out with an idea for the garden tour this year. I've heard that the tour has been canceled, which of course makes complete sense for everyone's safety. What if each of the gardeners presented their garden through a live video on Instagram? Imagine you might already be thinking about such a system. And then there's this like punctuation face, which I never really understand. But I, who still don't know how to use Instagram, and I am very bad with computers in general, I had not been thinking of any such thing. And I dismissed this idea out of hand. But Ethan had mentioned the upcoming Theodore Payne online tour, which was taking place in just a couple of days. The Theodore Payne tour had been scheduled to take place earlier than my tour, so they had had to cancel and regroup earlier than I did. I had never watched a Zoom or ever sat in front of my computer all day long before this, but I did those two things on Saturday, March the 28th. And what trailblazers they were at the Theodore Payne Foundation. Their online tour was riveting. And that night I called Ethan and then Stephanie Preugel, who I had just met once when I visited her garden as she was a 2020 tour applicant. But I knew that she was an environmental advocate, and I could tell she was creative and motivated. And 5 years later, she is still co-hosting the tour with me. And that night, when I called and asked if they would help me put on a virtual tour, they both said yes. So these screenshots are from that first scary online event. The virtual tour, called Sundays in the Gardens with the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, took place over the course of 3 Sundays in April and May when we were all locked down. It was organized in less than 5 weeks. 800 people watched the first day and 600 people watched the second day. I had asked the hosts whose gardens were on the canceled tour if they might be willing to give a live tour of their garden through Zoom, and 25 of them bravely signed on. We ran an online class on how to Zoom. Ethan and I coached all the 25 homeowners as they practiced Zooming through their gardens. Everyone was coached at least once. Many of the hosts had 3 coaching sessions. One host had 7 coaching sessions, and then during one of them, she cried. Live Zoom was a hard way to run a garden tour, as the camera was almost always moving faster than the Wi-Fi could cope with, so the images were often blurry. But the hosts did their best to remember the mantra, you can never pan too slowly, only too fast. 14 hours of programming were offered over the course of these 3 days. The content included 2 presentations from keynote speaker Doug Tallamy, who at that time was available on short notice, visits to 25 native plant gardens, tours of 2 native plant nurseries, East Bay Wilds and the Watershed Nursery, a presentation on sheep mulching, and a couple of Q&A sessions. It was an astonishing feat to be able to pull this off in just 1 month, and Ethan and Stephanie were fantastic to work with. This online event was what started the tour's YouTube channel, which now has 3,500 subscribers, and it contains the 120 videos on gardening with California native plants that have been shown in the virtual tour over the last 4 years. On YouTube, the videos have this whole other life. A number of them have had more than 5,000 views. One has had more than 20,000 views. The next year, 2021, we are still online. This was a 4-day event held on consecutive Sundays over the course of a month. The days were themed. One day was gardening for wildlife. One was native plant garden design and plant selection. 2 of them were a potpourri of inspirational native plant gardens. Our very own Zoom Czarina, Jessica Dickinson Goodman, joins our team, and she has been fantastic, as you know, if you have watched the online tour before. In the middle of one night, I was thinking about the drawbacks of Zoom, and I realized that we should not feature the gardens through live Zooming, where wind would hit the microphone and Wi-Fi connections failed as people moved away from their homes and deeper into the garden. But that we should instead ask the hosts to make video of their gardens, and we should run those videos. And this is the format that we still follow today. So these obliging hosts who were bankers or garden designers or marketing people, they taught themselves how to film and edit videos, and they made videos of their gardens. And their dedication to encouraging and helping others to garden with native plants is awe-inspiring. In 2021, Wendy Takuda had her own garden on the virtual tour. Wendy Takuda is an award-winning journalist who worked as a primetime anchor in local TV news in the Bay Area for almost 40 years. My husband, Mike, was born and raised in the Bay Area, and he told me I grew up watching Wendy Takuda. She's legendary. When Mike heard that I was talking with Wendy Takuda, he told me it was as though I had said, I am talking with Michelle Obama. For the 2022 tour, our son suggested that I hold both the online and in-person tours, and I accused him of wanting to be the death of me so that he could access his inheritance early. But still, as I thought about it, the online tour had advantages. It reached a new audience, both during the live show and then afterward on YouTube. People loved the online tour, saying that online they could, in a way, have the host to themselves for 20 minutes, which never happened during the in-person tour. And the virtual tours had each added 1,000 new emails to the tour's database. So in 2022, for the first time, we had both an online and an in-person tour. And it seemed about time to make another big change. For the first time, the in-person tour was a 2-day event. We passed 200,000 cumulative garden visits. We also added electrified home features to the tour. So you might be wondering, why am I talking about electrification? Isn't this a garden tour? And it's because every day in the Bay Area, we light millions of little fires to heat our water, our food, our homes, and to power our cars. The gas that is burned to do this is heating up the planet. We all have to stop burning gas and switch to clean energy sources. And the sooner we do that, the better for our children's futures. In addition to helping to solve the biodiversity crisis by gardening with native plants, you can help address the climate crisis by replacing your gas-burning appliances with electric ones. And I can tell you from our own experience that electrifying is great. Electrifying your home can save you money, protect your and your children's health, keep you more comfortable, and help reduce global warming. So for the first time on the tour, 2 electrified homes were open so that tour registrants could see induction ranges and heat pumps that heat and cool the house and heat water in person. Electrification volunteers were on hand to answer questions about electrification, as were the hosts, and that still continues today. Last year, 2023, was a big year for the tour. More than 220,000 garden visits have been made in total since the tour's inception. On the in-person tour, there were more electrified homes. 20 of the tour stops had electrified in some way, and 4 of those homes were open for visitors to tour. Almost 1,000 visits in total were made to those 4 electrified homes. The online tour offered 10 hours of videos and talks on gardening with native plants over the course of 2 days. And these photos show my friend Ruth Rogow, who lives in Berkeley and who was inspired by Doug Tallamy to install a native plant garden. And Ruth painted this Metahelia poppy on the wall of the garage that faces her garden. You can visit Ruth's garden on this year's tour on Saturday, May the 4th. Also in 2023, in the spring, I was a guest on Jennifer Jewell's Cultivating Place podcast. Live interviews make me nervous, but Jennifer is a warm and gracious host, and I enjoyed my conversation with her. You can find this interview on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tours website under Press Room. Also in 2023, the Keystone Species signs were created. So you heard Doug talking about the importance of planting with Keystone Species, and you might have wondered, well, what are they? And you will find a list of our local Keystone Species plants on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour website under Keystone Species. I had heard Doug Tallamy speak many times, but late one night I realized that he wasn't just saying plant with native plants. He was saying plant with Keystone Species, as they are the plants with the most ecological value to wildlife. In a stroke of good fortune, I met Jennifer Durking online, and she offered to make the Keystone Species signs. She made 42 of them. She did an incredible job. You can see here that she has a photo of the plant, a picture of the butterfly or moth that can lay eggs on that plant, and its caterpillar. And if you're like me, and after hearing Doug, and you're yearning to see caterpillars in your garden, you can see how the development of these beautiful signs was really exciting. I wrote 2 grant proposals, which were funded by the Alameda and Contra Costa Fish and Wildlife Commissions, and I was able to get the funds to have the Keystone Species signs printed, and they were used for the first time during the in-person tour in 2023. This brings us to 2024, and this spring, I held the tour's first, did I pass it? Here we go. I held the tour's first electrified home tour. There were 4 electrified homes, including mine, were open. Nearly 600 people registered for this event, and 30 volunteers were on hand to answer questions. And this brings us to the end of this presentation. So in summary, 327 native plant gardens have been featured on the tour since it began 20 years ago in 2005. The total number of garden visits to date is 220,090. The tour has more than 20,000 people in the database. So people often wonder what I do on tour day. I have never had my own garden on the garden tour, as I want to be out visiting gardens along with everyone else. So I'm looking forward to touring gardens next month on the tour's 20th anniversary event, and I hope to see you there. I'll close by asking if anyone got close to 220,000 visits in their garden guesses. And we have a few minutes so I can take questions, but I can't see my chat. Let me see if I can get my husband to come back and help me. I'll figure out how to exit this screen and see if anybody has any questions in the chat that I can respond to. And if not, we will just push on to the next presentation. So there's some comments about the Keystone Species signs. They are fantastic. Yes, you can get copies of the Keystone Species signs. You can just download them and print them from your own computer. Yay to eco-gardenista Jennifer Durking. I agree. One thing I wanted to say too about Ethan Bodnar that I forgot to mention is that I didn't even meet Ethan for months. Like, the virtual tour had come and gone before we ever actually got together. Okay, so I think that I'm going to now introduce the next speaker, who is Jennifer Durking. And Jennifer has been working very hard on the creation of the native plant resource team. So I'm going to take a moment to introduce you, Jennifer, but I'll say hello. Can you hear me all right? Okay. So I think I need a slide to come up, Mike. Can you bring a slide up for me? So Jennifer has worked along with Janet Flint and Valerie Lipman on the development of the teams. And nope. Okay. Before I go to Jennifer, let me stop and say, this is another request for you to support the tour. A $500 challenge grant has been offered by Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin if it can be matched. You can support the tour by donating online at Please Donate, Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives. You can mail a check. A fund has been set up through the Golden Gate Bird Alliance, and donations of more than $500 are now tax deductible. And that brings us to this slide. So this is the beginning of the introduction to the native plant resource teams. Janet Flint, Valerie Lipman, and Jennifer Durking have been working very hard to bring them into fruition. So I'm going to turn it over now to Jennifer.
Well, thank you very much, Kathy. And I'm very excited to be here, not only in general, but also with sound, because earlier this morning we were having a little problem with that. I am going to share my screen, and I have a PowerPoint that I'm going to move through rather quickly because that's my style, and introduce everyone to these teams, which I just have to say, it's so exciting to me, and to partner with Janet and with Valerie. They just together, it's been such a great experience. And it really, I realized, Kathy, that a lot of people come to you with ideas, and you would sometimes share those ideas with me, like for the signs or whatever. And one person can't do it all. So I think it's just exciting to have these native plant resource teams, groups that can get together and bring all these ideas to fruition and have creative ideas of their own. So I'm going to give a little bit of background. I always love to tell a story. That native plants, as everyone probably on this call knows, are really a hot topic these days. A lot of people are starting to understand how important they are, and they're starting to understand the not only the ecological impact, they're understanding like this is something that I can do that's easy. It's something I can do. I'm a lazy gardener myself, but I can help build back dying species that are going extinct, as Doug was pointing out. And I can have a beautiful garden that is full of life. Now, this garden up here on the left is not my garden. It's Joel Lim's garden in Fremont. And I saw that 2 years ago on the tour, and it is awesome. It's so beautiful. And below that, oh my goodness, I have a credit here, the Lynette's, I'm sure I'd say the name wrong. Anyway, that's another garden on the tour. But here in California, we have such amazing biodiversity, some of the best biodiversity on earth. In fact, places like England import our plants in to make their beautiful cottage gardens. And it's crazy to me that we don't value these plants in our own gardens. So people are starting to realize it's more fun to go kind of wild. And there's been so much interest. As I mentioned, everyone comes to Kathy with lots of great ideas, and one person really can't do it all. So what was really needed, I could not advance my slide. Hang on a second. There we go. Was a way to bring everyone together by interest area and give them a means to create real change together. And so Kathy and her friend Eileen convened people, invited people to Eileen's garden. They thought maybe 25 or 30 people would show up, but 90 people showed up just for that initial convening, and immediately formed into teams based on interest areas. I didn't know where to go because I love seeds, I love pollinators, I love home gardens, I love wildlife gardening. So I was like running all over the place, but I settled down with pollinator pathways, and we all started to form teams. What's exciting to me is you don't have to just pick one. You can be on all of them if you're like me and you're really a curious person. So at that in-person meeting, people not only met about interest area, but they had different geographical areas. They're like, oh, I'm in Berkeley, I could come work on your garden with you. Or, oh, I'm starting a pollinator garden. You know how to get plants from Xerces. And people started partnering that way locally. So it's exciting because you can just sign up online no matter where you are if you have an interest area. And this has been growing very rapidly since November. We have almost 400 members now. And I think after today, we're going to have a lot more because everyone is invited. And anyway, and I just wanted to share this picture of Eileen's beautiful garden and her smile up there in the upper left. So what do? Well, we sometimes convene in person or we meet on Zoom, or some teams we've done both. We've done some events we'll get into later. We teach each other how to advocate. We share success stories. Some people are advocating at their local city levels and are actually seeing real change and like what developers are putting into their plans. So that's very exciting. We kind of deepen our learning. We share knowledge with each other. Some people are bee experts. Some people are bird experts. Some people are plant experts. I am not. And so, you know, it's just we all learn from each other. And then we attend lectures. We give public presentations. We share plants and seeds. We go to all sorts of parks and gardens and nurseries, and in short, have adventures. And shown here in the upper left is actually Ben Rule is one of the folks on one of our teams. And in the orange vest is actually Judith Larner Lowry, who is the originator of Larner Seeds up in Bolinas. And she gave us an impromptu tour when we went there as a group to buy seeds. It was really amazing. And below that, on the lower left, is Elise Lightfoot, and she's with the Parks Department in San Ramon, and she hosted us all at their Walnut Barn and is happy to do and coordinate more events there. I think she has one coming up in July. So it's these kinds of things. We can all leverage each other's access and interests and do stuff together. So I'm just going to quickly go through what some of the teams that have formed. I won't go into every single detail, but I have a link at the end of this. And so anybody can hold up their phone and download the QR code, or go to the link, or look this up when it's posted later. But the Home Gardens team, it helps members create lush, resilient, biodiverse landscapes in their home gardens. And the team has just formed, but we plan to have some talks at each meeting about, special interests, like how do I get more bees in my garden, or how do I get year-round bloom or interest? How do I create a swale? So that's my next project. So anyway, it's really a lot of fun. And the Pollinator Pathways is another group, and these are people who are starting school gardens or working on public gardens all over the Bay Area. It's amazing. The reach is from the southern part of San Jose. The furthest north that I know of is Moraga, but I'm sure there's probably some up even north of there or over in Marin. And this team plans regular educational opportunities, learn about all the different types of pollinators and the plants that attract them. And then lots of field trips. We'll get to those later, but this group is really excited about visiting each other's projects and more. Sharing seeds and plants. This is a group that helps members develop all sorts of propagation and seed collecting skills, and it's a great place to get free plants. So I really recommend joining this team if you're interested in learning more. And again, this is a group that does a lot of field trips and explorations and some talks. City trees and public policy. The word public policy, frankly, to me sounded kind of dry until I started delving into it. And I realized like $42 million is landing in the Bay Area. And if we don't do something to help municipalities figure out what to do with that, they're going to plant junk. So this team has convened several times to just talk about strategies that are working in advocacy, and also learning about the plants, what really works best in these different city narrow strips. This is Stephanie Preugel's yard with a beautiful hummingbird sage planted beneath a holly leaf cherry that this was a year or two ago. So I'm sure it's even bigger now, and you can see it on the tour. But one thing I want to say about this is one of the very first projects of this team was to gather information about every street tree list for every city in every county in the entire Bay Area. And this was one of Kathy's ideas, that she would still be working on that if she didn't have a team work on it. So it's just exciting to see action and advocacy happening. HOA and community living team. This is a group that's come together several times and is talking about things that are working in their own projects, in their own apartments or other HOA situations, retirement communities, and are sharing some creative ideas that are starting to spark action in each other's locations. One is using the good PR and rebates to inspire the administration to change things where they are. So stay tuned or join that team if you live in an apartment or an HOA or retirement community. Green and electrified homes. We're hearing a lot more about this and how all of this work that we're doing is to better the environment, and having a green and electrified home, going electric, having water reclamation, gray water systems, shopping in bulk. That's another green thing that I do for my home. So anyway, Kathy's organized a lot of home tours, and others are opening their homes so that they can share what's worked for them. West Contra Costa County team is helping people just in that area on projects and visiting each other's gardens and going on field trips that are regional and very focused that way. Berkeley, similar type of mission, not just the city of Berkeley, but everyone in that kind of environment. They welcome people. So far in the group, they have people from El Cerrito, Albany, and North Oakland, and all have sort of a similar microbiome. The Tri-Valley team is also really active and goes on garden tours. They're organizing one coming up in June that you'll hear about in a moment. And lots of action over there, learning about pruning natives, which is, I wanted to hoof it over there myself from San Carlos just to see, I'll get a lesson in that. And all these teams welcome anyone to join or to come along on their excursions. The entire list of 400 does get notifications, so it's very inclusive. just forming a peninsula team over here where I am in San Carlos. And so we want to connect people who are over here, might not be, able to just hop over to a neighbor's house in Berkeley or El Cerrito, but sharing ideas and seeds. My garden's getting to a point where I can share plants and cuttings. And also being able to look at what's going on over in our area, like Google's headquarters being almost 100% native, and seeing how that's working and seeing what we can do over here to inspire other corporations and municipalities to follow their lead. Also getting some seeds into local libraries and seed banks is another task this group's considering. And then this was mentioned before, but I'm so excited that one of the projects at that very first November meeting, a couple of folks, I remember Rosa and Brenda and another member were saying, oh, we would love to translate the signs that you made into Spanish. And I thought that was so exciting. There's so many, 30% of California speak Spanish as at home, and so many people who work in gardens and landscaping speak Spanish. So this is just a fabulous, a huge effort. And so big shout out to everyone on that team for doing that. Check those out. They're all on the site and the links that we put in the chat. When you click, you can see the Spanish and the English versions. And then just to mention a few more projects, we have one member is working on a draft ordinance for including native plants in municipal landscapes and new developments. And that's Laura Kinsvater in Antioch. And she's been at just about every planning meeting and community council meeting. And they're hearing her, and she's starting to have real change. Helping members develop slide decks and give public presentations. I've been doing more of that myself, and people have told me they'd like some training. So we're setting some of that up, and setting up slide deck libraries for people to use. We're doing library talks, and we're gathering data, like I mentioned, about street trees, taking pictures out in the community and sharing them, putting them in a repository. And anyway, just all sorts of work, getting together on Zoom. I won't bore you with an agenda here, but I put a sample up if people want to get an idea of how to structure a meeting themselves or what might go on. But we always end with action items. And that's what I think differentiates this group from many other groups I've worked with. It's just like, what are we going to do? How are we going to solve this? And we get together in person. So we have a pick your own adventure. We went to Bolinas. It's one of my happy places. We went to Larner Seeds. Judith Larner Lowry surprised us with a tour. We then went over to one of the nurseries I often go to, California Native Landscapes in Mill Valley. Got a tour from Mary Petrilli in the middle picture there on the left. They have some awesome sculptures, that horse. And then we all popped over to grab a taco at the end of the day over at Hook Fish Company in Mill Valley. So things like that. It's just show up or don't. It's not a big stress. It's just a lot of fun, and we love adventures. There's other groups have done local field trips and talks. And so West Contra Costa group went to Martinez, went to an Alhambra garden. They have a little garden tour up there. The Berkeley team has met in each other's gardens. The Tri-Valley team did a pruning demonstration. There's a propagation lecture. You can see Laura Cornett from Los Positos College in the third picture down, giving a just sold out packed talk in San Leandro that was hosted by Homegrown Habitats there. Thank you, Stephanie Preugel. And down below, as I mentioned before, is Elise Lightfoot, another member. So just everyone's using their resources to help each other. And then the really exciting announcement today is the launch. We're calling it Native Plant Resource Teams 2.0 because we were really trying to figure out the best ways to collaborate, and some of them were not easy. So now we have a website. And so the way people access this is they come in the front door, they sign up on a form. It's actually rewritable because we find people sometimes sign up for like 3 teams and they decide that they want to be on 4 or 5. You can just submit your form again and join. But this is it's so exciting to have this resource because, and I'll do a really quick run through because I know I'm almost at my time here, but just a really quick, anybody who becomes a member, signs up, they can see the calendar and see all the exciting things that are happening. In the past, you had to dig through your email to figure out, oh, Jennifer sent me an invitation to a meeting. or Kathy's hosting a meeting, you'd have to try to find it. It's right here on the calendar. You can just click on it. So that's amazing. And I really have to do a shout out to Valerie Lipman for being like the mastermind behind creating this beautiful site. And Janet Flint and I were on the back end, frankly, many nights holding our heads going, we think we understand. So the technology is pretty exciting. We have an About Us page that just helps direct people to sign up and also let them know what the teams are all about, how it all works, what teams have formed so far. A place to sign up. Tell your friends. My sister-in-law wasn't into that. It wasn't into native plants, but now that she's started to get involved with some activities, she's actually putting native plants in her garden and starting to convert. So it's really exciting. And I get so excited. I ran out of exclamation points making this slide, but you know what I mean. Tell your neighbors, especially tell your neighbors. Some of mine are, I have some extra plants that I'm putting in my neighbor's yard right now before we're on the tour, and get them involved in this. They'll start to understand why it's so important. And we have a Teams page, which is so beautiful. So it shows you all of our interests. On one page, it shows the home gardens, pollinator pathways, the sharing seeds, the city trees, HOAs, green homes, and each of the regions. And so you can, anybody, you don't have to be a member of each of these teams to pop in, see what's going on, see the latest agenda, as long as you're one of the NPR team members. So anyway, always can change your answers. And like I said, invite your friends, and then check out the upcoming events. Sign up for your own, pick your own adventure or field trips, or lead one. Let us know if you're interested in leading, and we have tools to help you. And you can also read about past events. So you can check out stories and pictures, get inspired to host your own. And then there's this discussion group. It's like a Google chat. When you come in here, there's a link and you can see all the discussions that have been going on. And you get directions for how to send communications, or if you don't want emails every day, you can set up a digest, and we have easy instructions on doing that. I find for myself, if I have a digest, I might miss something that would catch my eye otherwise flowing through my email. And then we have technical FAQs, not the most fun page, but definitely if you run into a problem, Valerie and Janet and I are here to help you. To the best of our ability, I'll add. But anyway, definitely let us know if you need assistance, and feedback's welcome. What would you like to see or do? And then what's next? Well, coming in June, we're going to go to Livermore and do a tour of some gardens, have a picnic lunch in a nursery that sells just a few natives, but we're going to encourage them to sell more, and go do a propagation workshop with Laura Cornett. So that's really an exciting event organized by Trav Valley and Sharing Seeds and Plants. We're going to do a pick your own adventure at Tilden. The details of this are still being worked out, but it will include the Regional Botanic Garden, which has the entire state of California all fit in, as you can see from this image, into one park. So you can actually see all of California just by walking around that park. And I've included their crevice garden here. And then go to Native Here Nursery. They have an area for lunch. We're also going to do another trip over to Larners. Everyone had such a good time, but it was not great weather. And so a lot of people are like, can we go back in the sunshine? And yes, we can. So we're going to set that up for later this summer and have a picnic, and go back to CNL and to the restaurant Hookfish, because it's really easy to just pop in there and grab tables. So again, teams are organizing these kinds of events, and then join us. This is my ultimate pitch. Just sign up and share this with friends, spread the word on social media. And if you're already a member, be sure to re-register, because this 2.0 launch is like, we're just putting everyone through the front door again, and they will have all of the amenities. And here's all of our contact information and a QR code. I hope that's visible to everybody. I should place it higher on the page, maybe, if something's blocking it for you. But anyway, I can put the link in the chat as well. So yeah, very, very exciting times.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. That was a lot to cover, I know, in just a few minutes, but I want to say that it's free to join the native plant resource teams. It's just been massively fun. I've met new people, I've done new things, I've enjoyed the choose your own adventure trip to Larners, was just so fun. Jennifer's been a great organizer, but other people also can organize. Like if there's something you wish would happen, a place you want to go, someplace you want to tour, then join the team and propose it. We'll do our best to help you, and you can promote it to team members. All the events that you saw were free. I know once Jennifer said it was a sold out event, but what she meant was it's a standing room only event because all the events that we have held have been free events. So I know
Kathy,
that
sorry, real quick, couple questions that people have brought up and clarifications. So, Jennifer, anybody can join. You don't have to live in the Bay Area. What's the geo on the native plant resource teams? And question number 2, you had a QR code and a link, but that is not the link to the website. That is, can you clarify? Because we
Right.
passed around links in the chat, and I think it would be good to clarify.
Yeah. If people go directly to the website, they haven't signed up and they won't see most things. And so we try to send people in through when you sign up and then get the link to the website, then you are fully in and you can see the calendar. We were trying to avoid people getting confused and going, I'm looking at the website. I joined, in November. And we need people to come in through that front door to have that full membership access. And
Got it. And Janet just helpfully put it in the chat.
Yeah.
So how about the geography? If somebody's in Monterey, should they fill out the membership form?
I guess that's a question for Kathy. What it's been so far is it's all the areas ringing the actual bay. But people are way up in Napa. They're way down in Hollister. I think Kathy got a call from somebody in Michigan. Might be a little bit different climate, but my feeling is with the interests, I mean, I met somebody over in the Monarch Sanctuary in Monterey who's doing gardens in Central Valley and is gathering information here to go do that work. So I think if someone like that wants to join one of these interest teams, then I don't see the harm. We're meeting virtually.
I think the way that we hope that it'll work because it's new, is that people who have an interest and want to see something happen, like join the group wherever you are, get your friends to join it or post your interest and see if other people want to come, like be your buddy and, do something that works for you. You could chat online, you could hold an event, you can just make it be really whatever you want to be. And the teams that have formed so far have formed because we have people who are willing to lead those teams. So if there's something that you wish would happen or you wish it would happen in your area, then contact us and we'll just help you figure out how to get your own thing going in Monterey or wherever a person, or the Central Valley, wherever a person happens to be.
Yeah. And we can all help with that. I mean, one of our recent meetings for the Pollinator Pathways was talking about the Xerces habitat kits, which people in the Central Valley would want to know about, or Monterey, there's habitat people are creating for monarchs. And so let's, give you access to those resources.
Well, let me say that was a fantastic presentation. I want to thank Jennifer, Valerie for the website, Janet for working so hard behind the scenes to make the whole program happen. It's just been a fantastic event. And I hope that you'll join. The links are in the chat right now. And with that, I'm going to say Jennifer will be in the chat to answer any questions that you might have. And I hope to see you online or in person at one of the Native Plant Resource Team's events. Okay, so here we are. So let's move on now to see how you can create a garden of your own dreams and get paid for it too. So in this case, it's through the East Bay Mud Landscape Rebates. It's exciting that East Bay Mud has doubled the rebate amount for native plant gardens. East Bay Mud has really moved ahead on this front. It's the first of the water districts to encourage people financially to plant native plants in their garden. So for a limited time, the super rebate is $2 per square foot, which is double the standard rebate. If you plant a majority of native plants, sheet mulch to remove the lawn and build healthy soil, and plant in this cool season to take advantage of the rain that will help the plants to get established. You can use plants like these, California lilac, California fuchsia, Verbena de la Mina, to dazzle your neighbors and support pollinators. East Bay Mud also offers mulch and compost coupons. They are available at ebmud.com/mulch. Ebmud says we may be out of the drought, but Waterwise gardens are always in style. Let's see now if we have Valerie Matzker. Is Valerie with us? Jessica? While we're waiting for the answer to.
We can raise her. There we go. I'm about to raise her up to panelist. She'll be here in just a moment. Let's see. I think she's joined. There we go. And she is here. Hi,
Okay.
Valerie. Welcome to being a panelist.
So Valerie, I want to say hello. Can you hear me? And while we're getting organized, I'm going to share again, and I'm just going to do a introduction to Valerie's garden. So this video that we're going to see is a landscape designer's garden for birds. It's Valerie Matzker's garden in Piedmont, which you can visit on Saturday, May the 4th in the upcoming garden tour. The video was made by Elise Morgan, and we're certainly grateful to Elise for making this video. Valerie, I see you, and I'm just going to go ahead and just show a few photos of your garden before we get started. So, Valerie, what I find so interesting about your garden in particular is that you had a primarily non-native plant garden, and then you took out your established plants and you put in natives. Would you tell us why?
Because of Doug Tallamy, really, in a word. My husband and I went down to a gathering by Santa Clara Valley Native Plant Society at Foothill College, and I heard him speak, and I just was so impacted because I've been designing gardens since 1989, and the main thing is they have to be pretty and they have to be low maintenance, and just what people want. I want it to look good, but that's it. It only had to look good. And so he really spoke to me. And I love birds. So I was on a collision course, basically. If I really wanted to help birds, which are in terrible, terrible straits right now in our world, then I needed to do something. Then the plague hit. COVID hit, and I stopped designing gardens, having any contact with the outside world as everybody else did, same thing, except you, Kathy, and started concentrating on what I could do. And I had lawns front and back on my own garden, and so I just decided to go native.
All right, so let's look at a couple of pictures. Here we are in the day of last year's tour. Here's Verbena de la Mina. So this garden is about, what, 2 years old, Valerie? Is that right?
The front garden this will be its second summer, this summer. Yeah.
This is amazing. Like, this is less than 2 years.
That's right, it is.
I also want to say this is a hillside garden. There are a lot of stairs in this garden. And this is the back. So you come down the stairs and there's this path that loops around the large backyard. This photo was taken in different seasons, but it's really a lovely walk. Valerie, how many species of birds have you seen in your garden? Do you know offhand?
I'm up to 48.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's very seasonal. The yellow-rumped warblers come, and then the yellow-rumped warblers leave, and it's just a wonderful environment. It just keeps the garden so animated and changing. And to go out there and work and to hear the bird song all around is just wonderful.
I bet it's really just a beautiful, beautiful garden. So what are we seeing in flower here, Valerie?
Oh boy. Okay, that's Wayne Roderick, Seaside Daisy in the front. And then you're having the red Eriogonum, the buckwheat, red flowered buckwheat beyond. And there's my redwood tree and my neighbor's eucalyptus patch beyond.
Okay.
And the eucalyptus not being native. However, red-tailed hawks and great horned owls nest in those eucalyptus trees. So, I'm torn. What can I say?
I love this picture. Valerie sent it. So are these all natives?
They are totally all natives. I went out into my garden in August, which is let's face it, downtime in most native gardens. And I just sort of picked through and found what was still going on. And my friends gave me this little vase, which I adore. And I just made a collection. And yeah, some of the things are, rose hips, the California native rose hips. And yeah, they're all native, every one of them.
That's beautiful. Well, on this like cheerful note, let's go look at the video of Valerie's garden.
Birds lend an animation and a liveliness to the garden that I never remember before I made a bird garden. I never remember feeling like that was a big garden feature. Now, that's a huge part of this garden experience. I'm Valerie Matzker, and welcome to my native garden. It's a young garden as far as native gardens go. I started the rear garden in about January of 2020. The planted area is about 12,000 square feet, which is a little over a quarter of an acre. It was originally lawn in the front and the back. I began in the back, and so the lawn was most of the rear garden. It just was a sloping lawn that no one ever set foot on. There was no reason for it to be there. And so that was removed and walls were put in. I basically terraced on a curvilinear pattern. The dry laid stone walls. I love dry laid stone walls because they're very time honored in their construction. They don't break. There's no mortar to come loose. The stones just sit by gravity. So well constructed dry laid stone wall is really a wonderful thing. The water that falls on the land just seeps through the face of the stones instead of building up pressure, which is usually the ruin of most constructed walls. So, and all the spaces between the stones are opportunities for plants. And I've noticed native bees going in between those stones too. So I think there's some bee households being set up in there. Then the front yard was done 2 years later in early 2022. So it's really young. It's now going into its second summer, the front garden. So it's, as I said, it's a fairly new garden. The reason that I launched into this project is really due to Doug Tallamy. My husband and I went to a talk that the Santa Clara Valley Native Plant Society held at Foothill College, and Doug spoke. And he said something that really stuck with me, and I'm going to read it because I don't want to misquote him. In the past, we have asked one thing of our gardens, that they be pretty. Now they have to support life, sequester carbon, feed pollinators, and manage water. And this really hit me. I have been designing gardens since 1989, and he's quite right. But I had a chance here with COVID to just back off all of my other work and concentrate on my own property. And I realized that I was full of lawns, which were doing absolutely nothing for my very favorite animal in the world, which are birds. All of them. I love birds. And birds are, besides being fascinating to watch and beautiful, are also harbingers of the state of our environment. And when bird populations crash, which they did, Tallamy says that the journal Science in 2019 reported that 3 billion North American breeding birds have disappeared since 1970. That's about 1/3 of the bird population, which is pretty horrifying. And well, why is that? A lot of it is development, climate change, predation by outdoor cats, window collisions. Habitat loss is probably the biggest chunk of that. To make it a bird garden in particular, of course, you have to think about, well, what do birds love? What will increase bird numbers? What will pollinators be attracted to? Because birds don't exist in a vacuum. They need insects. So I really sometimes feel like, I'm growing soil, and B, I'm really a bug gardener. I am growing insects to feed the birds. So a really wonderful site for me has been the CalScape site. You can put in your zip code and you can hit calscape.org, put in your zip code and put in your requirements, like how much water will a plant take, how much sun does it need, and CalScape will tailor a list of native plants that will work in your area. So that is a good place to begin. And of course, we have lots of native plant nurseries. So to make it particularly a bird garden, I needed plants that were valuable for birds. The second thing is water. Water features are hugely important in a bird garden. Birds require water to not just drink, but to groom their feathers. And so that was an important thing. And one of the early things we put in, actually, before I made this garden, we did an original garden plan 45 years ago, and a local landscape architect who did my garden at that time, David Thorne, who's wonderful, designed a pond, a little pond, and an upper pond and a lower pond with a little waterfall. And that's one thing that has stayed in place, David's waterfall, and the birds love it. In the front, I installed a fountain, more of a formal affair with a bubbler, which the hummingbirds and the lesser goldfinches use a lot. They're very attracted to the bubbler on top. And then up on this upper terrace, right outside this breakfast room, is just a simple little plant saucer, a little terracotta saucer that you put underneath the terracotta pots with some drippers in it. So every day fresh water goes into that. I clean that. I can just pick it up and bring it in the kitchen and clean it and put it back maybe twice a week. And that is really a bird magnet. That is one of their favorite places. Then, okay, other things to make the bird garden a bird garden. I had to figure out a way to exclude deer. The problem is that deer don't have any predators in this area, although mountain lions have been sighted on the street behind me, on people's Ring doorbells. There has been a mountain lion, and we know there are coyotes, but deer are a prey species. They're programmed to reproduce at a pretty good rate to keep their numbers up. So I had to figure out a way to exclude deer because they leave nothing for the birds. Their population is just astronomical, and they take it down to the soil. I mean, especially natives, because deer are not dumb. They evolved with native plants. They love native plants, except for the smelly ones like the salvias, the usual suspects that they don't like too much. But mostly they love native plants. So I put up some very unobtrusive wire fencing, 6 feet, and then I had risers above with cables to take it to 8 feet because that's what deer can jump. With my neighbor's agreement, that was put in, and it has been the reason I could have the native garden, because without it, the deer sit and look longingly through the wire fence. And I feel kind of mean about that, but what are you going to do? They have all my other neighbors' gardens that they can eat, and I have to keep them out because they would really decimate the native plants. The other thing is that my neighbors adore cats. I adore cats, but I adore cats indoors. My neighbors, not so much. Their cats wander around, and of course cats are hunters. They're programmed to hunt. It's what they do best. And they come into my garden, and I have not found a way to exclude cats, except I yell at them when they come in, which just does nothing at all. So I just hope that they're not very good hunters, the cats that visit my garden. But sometimes I'll be working along and I'll just stop and listen because there's so much bird activity now in this garden. I've made a list of 48 species that I've seen in this garden, which I think is pretty remarkable. I don't back onto vast open space or a great waterway or anything like that. It's just, a suburban patch in the middle of a small town. And 48 species is like not bad. And it's such a joy. And you really get a sense of the movement of the seasons. I know when I hear the mourning dove, things are starting off. That's like one of the early birds in January. The doves come and they like to nest in the scuppers around the house every year. We have the usual, Stella's jays, of course, very, very raucous, not a rare bird. I did have a western tanager once, which was memorable. Those are the ones you see by rivers and the mountains. They're the red and yellow. Oh my gosh, that bird's got it all. I did see that once. That would be fun to see that one again. And I have the variety of wonderful woodpeckers. And the biggest woodpecker, which I love, spends more time on the ground. It's the flicker, the northern flicker. And it has black circles, perfect round dots all over the breast, and a huge black necklace of, it's such a glorious bird. And then the Nuttall's woodpecker and the hairy and the downy. I've got all the usual woodpecker suspects. The spotted towhee, it's not as numerous as the California towhee, which we have a lot of more of a brown bird on the ground. The spotted towhee is like the fancy one. It's black and white with rufous, really warm brown breast mostly, and then a lot of white spots on the black feathering. It's a very great, and a red eye. It has such a red eye. Let's see what else. Lesser goldfinches, lots of lesser goldfinches, and they come pretty much spring, summer. They hang out here, and they're the seed eaters. That they really love the flower seeds that I leave on for them. We inherited a fabulous coast live oak when we moved into this house. So that is like the big leg up. I mean, if you have room and there's only one thing you can do for the world and nature generally, plant an oak. Oaks are like the keystone species of all keystone species for the life that they support, mostly through moths who lay eggs that become caterpillars, and caterpillars are the preferred food for baby birds. There's no hard exoskeleton. They're soft, they're full of protein, they're full of fat. Caterpillars are like the perfect bird food for bird babies. Very important. So after that, then I had to think about other keystone species, and another very good one, well, there are many, the elderberry. I planted about 5 elderberries around here, and they are wonderful bird food, and they're the preferred food of lots of moths that lay their eggs on them. And you'll see lots of damage on my leaves, on my plants, and I say, that's really good because that means they're doing their part for the environment. My plants are being eaten and they are producing life. Another great keystone species is hollyleaf cherry, and I have 2 of those, and they produce a very luscious cherry that's great bird food. And again, you will see chewing on their leaves. So I'm looking down. This is part of my plant list. There's the rest. And it's changing all the time, but it mostly stays the same. But there are a few things I've planted that don't succeed, and that's okay. And there's some things that have succeeded too well, which I decided, ooh, I can't live with you. You're just overrunning the place. And so I had to get rid of a few things, but I put in some things to take their place that are also keystone species. So we've got the oak, elderberry, hollyleaf cherry, ceanothus. Ceanothus is a wonderful keystone species, and I will put in a plug for the arboreal form of ceanothus. It's called Ceanothus arboreus Cliff Schmidt. It has the most wonderful shade of blue. Mine starts blooming in September, and it is still in full bloom now. As we film this in March, it's still covered with flowers, covered with native bees, and it's got some leaf damage, so someone's chewing it. It is a fantastic small tree. Another fabulous keystone bones of the garden plant are the coffee berries. Used to be called rhamnus, now they're frangula. I have Eve case running up to block my view of the driveway. Eve case is a great mid-size coffee berry. I have an original species coffee berry, which is much less dense than Eve case. It's Frangula californica, and it's rises up. It's more see-through, more diaphanous. I have sticky monkey flower, which is another keystone species, and many cultivars of monkey flower, the Mimulus, the jelly bean series for color. The hummingbirds love all of the monkey flowers because it's that tubular shaped flower which hummingbirds specialize in, and they really do like it. And the cultivars are still a value. Not all cultivars, when they do doubling of flowers, like spice bush, there's a Ralston's spice bush that is prized because it's doubled. But when they double it, it's no longer of much use to pollinators. So that's one kind of development that's not useful for pollinators if you're looking for cultivated varieties of plants. The other problem is for pollinators, is when they breed a plant for red leaves. To pollinators, red leaves are not a good thing. It means there are a lot of anthocyanins in the leaves, and it's not what they're looking for. The other wonderful hummingbird plant, of course, are the sages, and another keystone species. They lend incredible fragrance to the flowers, and the hummingbirds love them. The bees love them. I have Allen Chickering, and I also have Winifred Gilman. Winifred has a more deep blue flower than Allen Chickering, and she's just as attractive to pollinators as Allen Chickering. I also have Salvia mellifera, black sage, which is really like the least showy, but very popular with pollinators, so I do have that one too. I have another keystone species are the ribes, which are spring blooming. You want plants that have something to offer year-round. So that means things that are winter blooming largely, because that's what's usually missing. So at that point, ribes really come into their own as far as providing nectar sources for pollinators. But the birds need cover. So the way you grow the shrubs, it's not always about opening up the lower levels of the shrub so that you see the structure of the trunks, which can be very pretty, but be sure to leave some that are more shrubby and are touching the ground and providing these hiding places and these nesting places for birds. So it's also the way you garden that's rather important. We know that gardens really, by their nature, aren't finished unless they're super mow and blow, keep it the same garden forever. And that is part of a garden. It just changes all the time. It's endlessly fascinating, never really a chore because you get out there and just even on a day that you might think, oh, it's kind of cloudy and it's only 52. Do I really want to go out there? I don't know. You go out there and you start working and you hear the birds and time flies. It's just a good time. It's really a joy. So the fact that the garden is never done is just a big plus as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that was just a fantastic video. And I want to thank you, Valerie, for being so composed and being filmed. And I want to thank Elise for making such a great video. And to say that we can't stay online right now for any questions, but Valerie, if you want to stay online and answer any questions that people might have, could you do that?
Sure.
Okay, that would be great. I want to also add, because I see there's been a lot of conversation about cats. So I love cats and you love cats, but cats kill birds. And the best thing is to keep your cats indoors if you can. And if you can't keep your cat indoors, then keep your cat indoors as much as you can. And if that doesn't work, then the next time you get a kitten, train it right from the beginning and keep it indoors. Cats kill billions of birds in the United States every year. All right, well, I'm going to move on now. And I want to thank our sponsor, Native Here Nursery, for supporting the tour. Native Here is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter. Native Here is dedicated to growing locally native plants that are sourced from ethically collected seeds and cuttings from Alameda and Contra Costa counties, and providing these plants to customers at its nursery in Tilden Park. As you've heard, local native plants provide the best habitat for our local wildlife. The nonprofit Native Here Nursery is open year-round every Saturday from 10 to 2 for in-person shopping or online order pickup. You can visit Native Here online at nativeherenursery.org for information about locally native plants, to check out the current inventory, place an order for pickup on Saturdays, or to learn about volunteer opportunities. You can call Native Here Nursery at 510-549-0211 or email them at nativehere@ebcnps.org with your questions. I think somebody is not muted, so maybe our panelists, maybe Valerie, you can check and make sure that you're muted. I hear a little background noise. So now we're going to be hearing from Jennifer Durking. She'll be giving a presentation on creating the ultimate butterfly garden. So let me see, now let me back up here. So everyone loves to see butterflies flitting through their garden, but few know the secrets to creating the ideal habitat for them. Jennifer Durking is here to tell us about the 7 steps you can take to create the ultimate butterfly garden and support these beautiful insects at every stage of their life cycle. So I'll turn it over now to Jennifer.
Excellent. Thank you, Kathy. I'm going to share my screen again.
I'm gonna
like
stop.
saying, I'm back. Let me grab this really quick.
Can I say one
Creating the
thing,
ultimate-
Jennifer, before you start?
Yes.
I forgot to thank
Please.
Valerie. I think I did. Valerie, thank you so much. Elise, thank you so much for that video. It was just great.
I'll echo that. Actually, I was just at the edge of my seat. We're creating a garden for birds in our backyard too. And so many of her plants were so inspirational, and the talk and the film. So thank you very much. Well, I'm back to talk about creating the ultimate butterfly garden. And when I say ultimate, I think a lot of people have gone online and have seen pictures of, different plants that they can put in a garden and it will attract butterflies. But we want to talk about a complete garden that will help butterflies at every stage of their life cycle. So, and I just want to take a moment to look at some of these beautiful native to our area butterflies that we can attract and feed in our gardens. So how do you create the ultimate butterfly garden? Well, first we have to understand their life cycle. So we'll take a moment to look at the butterfly life cycle. And in that context, look at our own garden situations and think about what we might do in our gardens differently to attract and help keep them in our gardens. How we might design our space, and that would include rocks for sunning and mud for micronutrients and some debris for protection. And interestingly enough, I know people who want to start butterfly gardens and they use pesticides, which butterflies are an insect, so they're going to kill them, or they're going to kill some of the plants that might feed them. So we don't want to use chemicals in our gardens. I never have, and I've been gardening for over 40 years. And then we want to grow native plants that serve as host plants for caterpillars. And some native plants, surprisingly, don't really host that many butterflies in their larval stage. So we'll get into that in a moment as well. So what is the life cycle? I picked the monarch because a lot of people are very familiar with this very charismatic butterfly. And most butterflies follow this same pattern, and moths as well. But they start off as an egg that's laid on a leaf. Some people recommend, instead of using pesticides, hosing off aphids off your plants using a very strong hose or spray. And I used to do that myself, but you might dislodge little eggs like this that might be on the leaves. And in my experience, if I leave the aphids, then often the hummingbirds eat them. 80% of their diet is small insects like that. And then it's not a problem. By the way, they might also eat some of these eggs. That's another matter. But the insects, they hatch, the butterflies hatch, and moths do too. They're very tiny, and they go through something called instarge. They shed their skin 4 times, maybe 5 times, and grow and grow and grow. And eat leaves as they go. And we want to plant in abundance when we think about our gardens so that they have a lot of food. And then they form an interesting little J almost on a surface, or they form a chrysalis and drop into leaf litter. They go into chrysalis, they emerge, and the cycle starts over again. The adult needs nectar. They don't eat leaves. It's at that caterpillar phase where they actually eat the leaves. So what do caterpillars need? Well, they need specialized host plants that they co-evolved with over thousands of years. The plants, not every plant wanted to be eaten by everything. And so they developed defenses. And in order to keep things in balance, some of the insects kind of unlock that code and are able to eat those plants that other insects cannot eat. So we have the beautiful buckeye caterpillar here in the upper left. We have an adorable, I believe it's a gray hair streak on some buckwheat, the pink on the right there. We have a chrysalis for a monarch in the middle on the left. We have the super awesome California sister caterpillar that's green, all decked out in green and pink. It looks like it's going to the prom to me. We have the swallowtail on the lower left. And then we have something that as a child, I used to dig in the dirt and I thought those were seeds. And that's actually a chrysalis of a little moth. I discovered it in the garden and I hatched it out in a mason jar with some nice ventilation. And it turned out to be a lesser black dart moth chrysalis, which I released right where I found it. But definitely leave the leaves for little creatures like that in your garden. So what do the adults need? Well, they need abundant flowers for nectar. They might even find, if you're growing milkweed for monarchs, the adult monarchs might seek out their special plants that they love for nectar, like goldenrod and asters. And we'll get into some of that later and have some links to resources about that later. But we want abundant flowers for them. And they're also, as they're looking around your garden, they're looking for those host plants to lay their eggs on. And those are rare now. So we really want those native plants that those special butterflies can lay their eggs on. I also didn't realize we need to leave, I don't have a lot of sunshine in my yard, but I've made sure where I have sunshine, I put some warm rocks and gravel. They like to rest on that and warm themselves. And they also seek mud and in some cases, carrion and dung for micronutrients. One of the most beautiful creatures in the world will sometimes seek some very ugly things to gain micronutrients from, but it's just part of nature's way. And then they need undisturbed areas for shelter from predators. And this is something we did not have in our garden until we heard Doug Tallamy at one of the talks here and got very inspired. So, and we leave the leaves on the ground, we leave debris, we don't throw all the fabulous stuff in our garden away. So everyone just take a moment and think about your own garden situation, whether you're already growing natives or you're thinking about growing natives. Just sit back for a moment and think, do I have certain areas that are really shady? And what might I plant there? Am I planting in a really large garden? Or, here in San Carlos, I have just a little patch of a garden. Where's the sun and shade at different times of the day? So I put a bench here. Maybe you'll go sit in your garden and experience that. I have Ann Chambers' garden on the lower left here with some beautiful examples of rocks for sunning butterflies or seeding people. But that's kind of a sunny area that's very warm with some beautiful blue-eyed grass in front. Do you have wet areas? Is the soil clay? What are you going to be able to plant there? And then are there areas you can just leave undisturbed? And we've really done a lot more of that in our garden. These are just broad brushstrokes, but I want everyone to take a moment to think about their own situation. And then this is a beautiful example of sketching out a garden, but frankly, I just got a piece of paper and I got some colored pencils and I did my own rendition of this, which is not as fancy, but you can do this. Just think about how your garden might be designed and what the butterflies are going to like. So they're going to want nectar. They're going to want that flat rock. They're going to want moths will drink nectar at night. So think about maybe those shady areas for moths. And then look up the right plants for your exact area using calscape.org, which was mentioned earlier in some of the chat. Calscape.org, if you enter your zip code, you can see which plants would grow naturally in your area. And as you scroll down the page about each plant, you can see all the butterflies and moths that use those plants to feed their young at the caterpillar stage. And then attend talks like this one. Explore books. I put 3 of my favorite books on here because the Designing California Native Gardens book talks about plant communities. In my own garden, I have several different California plant communities. One is an oak woodland under an oak. One is a very hot area that's very exposed to sun, that's almost like coast scrub. And in the back, I have a riparian area around a creek. And so I'm putting plants in those areas that fit into those environments. And then the middle book is California Native Plants for the Garden. And actually, the 3 authors are really super experienced and famous. But I want to point out that Bart O'Brien actually runs the Regional Botanic Gardens over at Tilden. So he's not only a resource for this book, but someone that you could actually meet in person. And then also the California Wildlife Habitat Garden gets into a lot of the elements I'm talking about today. But don't be shy, sketch out your ideas on paper or ask a professional. You can either hire someone to do everything, or you can just I had someone come to my garden for an hour and a half. It was about $300. And I paid her extra to drive. And you can just get someone to come kick the tires and tell you what to do. And then you can look around your garden and figure out where you might have some stones and mud. So I'm showing on the left some butterflies using it in nature. And up above, a beautiful comma butterfly. I don't know exactly which comma this is, but the stones and the mud are something that you could even create in a bird bath. Someone took some mud on the right, on the lower right, and some stones and gravel, and they created a little natural spot that in the sunshine the butterflies can come to. And again, leave all that debris. So these are pictures. The top 2 pictures are from my own garden. And people talk about deer browsing in their gardens. I found that the deer actually came through and ate a bunch of acorns in my garden, and they didn't eat the other plants. So I don't know if everybody left acorns on the ground, maybe the deer would be happy with that. But it provides such wonderful shelter for the overwintering butterflies, like this mourning cloak that actually lives in debris over the winter. It protects caterpillars that live in the ground. Don't trim your stems like the lower left here where we have an actual chrysalis forming. And it's a warehouse of food. So not only the butterflies benefit, but the birds come through and eat the chrysalises and eat the caterpillars. And some of them make it to adulthood and some of them are bird food. And that's why my garden now in its 3rd year has so many more birds. Finally, Western bluebirds for the first time. So anyway, this is a great way to feed everybody. And now we're starting to get to the exciting part because we're talking about what to actually plant. But first, we need to understand the critical role of the native plants that I alluded to earlier. All plants serve as the basis of life on Earth and convert carbon dioxide into oxygen. And that's about all that I learned in grade school. And what I learned from Doug Tallamy is that certain plants can convert the sun's energy to food. And we know this about our own crops, but I never thought about it in terms of only native plants will feed everything else, will feed the rest of the ecosystem, and they are absolutely essential. These co-evolve with various insects and other animals. They feed the entire ecosystem. And the single biggest converters of the sun's energy to food are the keystone plants that feed the most. So those are the plants we're going to focus on today. I love this picture because A, it's a picture of an oak, and B, it's a picture of an oak that has been eaten by somebody. And that is a plant that is being used. So if you see holes in your leaves in your garden, it's not quote damage as we used to say, but your plants are being used. So wait, isn't this a butterfly garden? Everybody says so. You know, all of the advertisements, all the commercial nurseries that are traditional, Sunset Magazine, whatever, they will tell you this is a butterfly garden. And butterflies, I used to have a garden similar to this in Seattle, and butterflies would visit it, and then they would move on because there was no place to lay their eggs and complete their life cycle. And in many cases, they probably starved, and they probably did not lay eggs. And that is why their numbers have diminished so very much. Butterflies sip nectar from a garden like that. It's like having one of these frothy drinks. And that's not really enough. And so along the bottom here is just, I'm going back to monarchs because it's familiar. Here's a milkweed that an adult monarch is nectaring on. That's a gorgeous picture by Erica Flanagan, who generously shares her images for non-commercial use. And then we have a caterpillar munching on the leaves. So this is a plant that is thoroughly used by the insects and can create a whole life cycle for the monarch. And as Doug Tallamy says, by including native plants in our gardens, we can create life. By using non-native plants, we can prevent it. And I think by and large, that's what I have found. Most of my non-native plants, like Chilean jasmine, I tore out because absolutely nobody was using it, not even bees. And I've replaced it with a beautiful honeysuckle that's cascading along my front walkway. So let's explore the California native plants that actually grow in real, ultimate butterfly gardens. And this is a great butterfly garden picture by Jeff Silva, and it shows yellow monkey flowers. It shows an orange variety of the monkey flowers, purple penstemons. It shows some heucheras or alumroot blooming in the background. And there's a beautiful lush backdrop of ribes and other trees and shrubs that we'll also talk about. So coffeeberry, this is one that grows, it grows pretty tall. It can grow 6 to 15 feet tall. And there are low mounding ones. In fact, there's one not listed here called Mount Vision that Pete Vayu has at his nursery that makes a beautiful low mound. I'm growing 4 of those in my garden right now. And you might see a pale swallowtail. The caterpillar might eat the leaves. This is the plant that's getting eaten the most in my garden. That's why I'm planting more of it. And other butterflies you might see are the elegant sheep moth, the gray hair streak, the Ceanothus silk moth, which is really huge, along with the Polyphemus moth. But there's 28 more. So go look at Calscape, look up coffeeberry. And by the way, it is not real coffee. The early explorers called it that because it looks like the coffee that's grown in South America. And this one is actually a laxative. So be very careful not to eat that. Pink flowery currant is another gorgeous plant and feeds this gorgeous silk moth and the satyr comma, or the copper-tailed butterfly, and 119 more. And what I like about this plant is it blooms at times of the year, very, very early, maybe January, you'll start to see it. And the hummingbirds come, and the Anna's hummingbird that is residential here zooms over and is immediately nectaring on it. And it's a real pop in the garden at a time when things are kind of quiet. A cousin to that is also another ribes, the fuchsia flowered gooseberry. And the difference between what the currant that we just looked at and this gooseberry is the gooseberries have thorns. And if you kind of look in the upper right of this picture, you can see one of those really long thorns. This is a great plant, actually, where you don't want dogs or cats trampling something. You don't want people going into a certain area of your garden. I know somebody had workmen that were on a project near her house that were always tramping through her garden until she planted this and she created a nice little barrier. But it's also, it has these beautiful, beautiful flowers, and the hummingbirds, it's an absolute hummingbird magnet. They love how those dangle and have a lot of nectar. And then this plant feeds. I've dug up caterpillars around this plant when I was weeding. And so you'll find the tailed copper butterfly, the Aureus comma, Isabella tiger moth, and 119 others. So you definitely want some of this in your garden. And woodland strawberry. This is one that is creating a lovely mat in my garden. It likes a little bit of shade, but it will do well with some sunshine as well. And you might see a two-banded checkered skipper. You might see the Miranda underwing moth or 56 others. And here's another example of a butterfly that is mud puddling, and just an awesome looking caterpillar. Goldenrod, this was mentioned earlier as a monarch favorite. It is a perennial that is just really beautiful. So it's, and this particular plant will grow in shade or some sun. And you'll see the northern checker spot pictured here. You might also see a crescent or wavy-lined emerald or 52 other species of butterflies of growing on that. And I want to add too, like, get a camera out and take pictures of these as you see them in your garden. That's been one of the most rewarding things for us. Here's the honeysuckle that I mentioned, replacing Chilean jasmine, a beautiful vine, and it gets nice little fruits from the flowers as well that the birds will eat. This is a white-lined sphinx moth, pictured by Merav Bonshak, a well-known entomologist at San Jose State. And it's nectaring on in this picture, it's nectaring on a hummingbird sage, but it's such a beautiful moth that will eat these leaves as a caterpillar and then come revisit this plant as an adult. And there's 28 other species that use this as well. Here's ocean spray, Holodiscus discolor. I think that's my favorite Latin name. It can get up to 15 feet tall, or you can prune it so that it stays smaller for a small garden. It's very fragrant, and in the winter, the leaves provide habitat underneath it. All the deciduous plants, just leave the leaves where they fall to the best of your ability and protect the insects there. And this might, you might see the Lorquin's admiral butterfly pictured here as a butterfly, and then also as a caterpillar. I gotta say, for kids, people are like, I want to have a lawn so my child can play. I think children would rather play and find caterpillars like this one. It looks like a cartoon character to me. Anyway, so hopefully you'll see this awesome, awesome caterpillar, much easier to photograph than butterflies in my experience. Asters, these are just gangbusters in my garden, and they bloom late in the fall. And a lot of people comment there's not a lot blooming. Passerby who walk by my front yard see these, and all of the bees that are on them, and the butterflies, and the caterpillars munching the leaves. So you definitely want some of this. They do well in either sun or part shade. Mine's in kind of a shady spot near an oak, doing really well. And there's the northern checker spot laying eggs on this plant. And then it overwinters, the caterpillars overwinter in the leaf litter. So about this time of year, April, May, you'll see the butterflies flying around in your garden. And 52 other species of butterflies and moths lay eggs on this plant. The hummingbird sage that I mentioned, it's the only sage that I know of that grows well in shade. And it can suppress weeds, forming a really nice mat, like you can see on the lower right. And one of the butterflies that it feeds is this emerald, wavy-lined emerald moth. That's a beautiful shade of green. And in its caterpillar stage, it camouflages itself with tiny bits of whatever plant it's on. And so it's really hard to find on iNaturalist. If you're looking for pictures of this caterpillar, it's so camouflaged, you can only find one when it drops onto some wood and looks like a little Cheeto or something. So anyway, very, very wonderful plant for many species of butterflies and moths. Hollyleaf cherry, we just planted 5 of these in my tiny backyard to create the kind of density that Doug Tallamy talked about when we plant trees. And it can be grown as a shrub. It's going to be a screen where some neighbors took out some trees across the creek from me. It has edible fruit, but the stone's very large, so I leave it for the birds. And I did see with these fruits in the heat of summer last year, at a local Woodside library, I saw different bees and wasps puncturing the fruit to get moisture and drink the juice. And that was a really fascinating aspect of this plant as well. So I highly recommend it. And you'll get the awesome Western tiger swallowtail as an adult or as a caterpillar, and 143 other species of butterflies that lay eggs on this plant. So there's the two-tailed swallowtail, the elegant sphinx moth, so many others. Manzanita is a powerhouse of the garden. And so this is evergreen. I've planted this in all my sunny areas. I have Manzanita as the foundation plant. It's evergreen and lush. And in all of my shady areas, I have the coffee berry as a foundation plant. It also is evergreen. So this is, you can grow it as a tree, a shrub, a ground cover, and it's early bloom. It blooms at a similar time as the ribes, and the bumblebees emerge and they love it. The hummingbirds love it. And it also feeds this tiny elfin butterfly. And there's 68 other species that also can use this plant. California lilac, the Ceanothus species, there are so many, again, trees, ground covers, shrubs. You can shape them, you can prune them. I'm not pruning mine. I'm letting them grow very naturally to provide more cover for birds to nest in. The Ceanothus silk moth is huge. I have not had one of these yet, but I'm excited about it. And it's awesome looking caterpillar. It looks unreal to me. Excuse me. With the blue spikes and yellow spikes. Should have had water. The sages, sorry. All the different salvias grow really well in sun. And this one, this plant hosts 64 different species. I've already talked about this one. But it's almost indestructible. We have one in the corner of our garden with where we have like almost don't water at all, and it's really thriving. Silver lupin is gorgeous. Here it is in Elaine Salinger's garden, and it hosts this tiny, tiny Akmon blue butterfly, and it flutters around the garden March through November. The caterpillars actually remain on the plant and are sometimes carried by ants down to protect it and collect honeydew in their anthill, and then brought back up and placed back on the plant when the plant reemerges after winter and starts leafing out again. Fascinating adaptation for that particular creature. But really recommend growing this in your garden. Coyote brush is a workhorse. You see it everywhere. It's pretty ubiquitous, so people overlook it. Birds love to nest in it. It's evergreen. This awesome salt marsh moth loves it. And one thing I will say about this type of caterpillar is when you see the kind of furry looking caterpillars, they often have some kind of irritant. And so you don't want to pick those up or encourage your children to pick them up, but the kind of squishy looking ones are okay to touch. But really recommend growing a lot of this in a place where you have maybe some sun and you're looking for an evergreen plant that is pretty indestructible. Very, very awesome plant. Red flower buckwheat is one of just many buckwheats that are just a beautiful, vibrant plant. We also have the California buckwheat and the sulfur buckwheat here, and you might see this gorgeous green hairstreak butterfly on that plant. Penstemons as well are just a great plant that will feed the gray buckeye butterfly. And you can also see this in its caterpillar form here. And I know I'm running out of time. I'm going to go quickly now. The sunflower hosts the West Coast
Jennifer?
lady.
Let me
Yes.
say, you don't have to rush because we have until 1:30 to finish the next presentation together. So like,
Oh.
go down, take your time. We can
Okay.
chat, and we'll just start the video. And so just relax with your time.
Great. Oh, thank you.
Presentation's so interesting. I don't want you to rush.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, I wanted to say the sunflower, we do have native sunflowers here, and I did not start these from seed. I often start plants from seed, but I actually picked up some lovely specimens at East Bay Wilds, and this is a picture of one of them actually. And even though this past year I did not get a West Coast lady caterpillar on it, I'm hoping I'm going to continue to grow these. I did collect the seeds, and hopefully they will find these if I grow them in a big mass. And they're just a beautiful annual. We often don't think about annuals in our native gardens. And 59 other species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. Birds also like to chomp on not only the seeds, but they like to chomp on the leaves almost like a little salad. They'll go over and just take a couple bites. So you see some bites out of your leaves. Seaside daisy, I just planted a whole bunch of this in my garden because it blooms for a very long time. And it's one of the natives I've seen at places like golf courses, places that like some low maintenance natives. It has a really attractive flower. And then it does well in sun or part shade. So I actually have it in kind of a shady spot near my house. And the northern checker spot uses this along with 23 other species of butterflies and moths. And so I really, really recommend growing this. Here's a beach strawberry with more glossy leaves than the woodland one. And it's interesting. It says that it does well in part shade or sun. A friend actually gave me a whole bunch of these runners just in a plastic bag before I really knew much about native plants, and I put them all down in under my oak and shade and around my garden. And then she let me know that those were actually beach strawberries. They're doing great. They're really, they spread to form a nice mat, and then they kind of suppress weeds. And so I don't have to do a lot of weeding with them. And I have seen this two-banded checkered skipper in my garden. And this, I have seen this type of caterpillar. But there are 56 other species that you will find using this plant. Elderberry is another awesome one. We just planted 6 of these in our small backyard, and it grows very quickly. It's amazing. We planted it toward the end of December, and it's already about 1.5 feet, 2 feet high. And this, again, the salt marsh moth loves this plant as well. And there's 31 other species that use it. Birds, I noticed this first at California Native Landscapes Nursery in Mill Valley. The birds were all over it when it was full of berries, and their chatter was just deafening. And I'm hoping to get that same effect along my little seasonal creek. Big leaf maple, there's a glorious example of these. I first fell in love with this over in Soquel at a park where there was just a huge, beautiful one. And like I said, I have a small garden. I got excited. I was at Watershed Nursery. I bought one. My husband insisted I give it to a friend because it is a larger tree. But you might have a corner of your garden where you could grow something like that. Even if you have a small yard, you might have room for a large shady tree. And it hosts this beautiful morning cloak butterfly, which is also equally beautiful in its caterpillar phase with those burgundy accents. But this is that rare butterfly that overwinters, like I mentioned, in leaf litter, even like back east in the snow under some leaves. It's really important to leave a lot of protection for it. And this big leaf maple also hosts 86 other species. So like western swallowtails are another common butterfly you'll see here. I mentioned the California scrub oak. There are actually 7 oaks that are native to our region, but scrub oak is really great for a small garden like mine. And you can keep it pruned as a shrub. The California sister is one of the most beautiful butterflies. And we finally, after all these years, we have so much abundance in our garden now. We finally saw a California sister. Of course, I never saw that beautiful caterpillar because it was way up in the canopy. But anyway, it's just a great evergreen oak. And it does well in sun or part shade. So really recommend that. And as Doug Tallamy mentioned, oaks support more life forms and more fascinating interactions than any other genus in North America. So grow as many oaks as you can. A neighbor has a coast live oak. It does not take up a lot of space in a corner of her garden. The canopy casts shade over a nice little courtyard seating area that she has, but the circumference of the tree itself is not actually taking up very much space. So really recommend looking into growing some oaks. So we've looked at some of the plants and the different types of environments they grow in. And we've thought about how we're going to design and put them in our own gardens, fit them in, maybe layer them as this top picture shows, with plants going up into the taller trees and shrubs. But now that you've thought about your own garden, think about how you might learn more, gather more information, and how you might inspire others. So like I mentioned, read some books, go to talk to people at native plant nurseries. They're so knowledgeable and can really help you figure out what to put in your garden. Go on these garden tours. This is the time of year, April and May, to get out there and see them. Take some friends along and pack a picnic, because you're not going to want to even stop for lunch. You're going to see every garden you can. I put the dates for the Bringing Back the Natives garden tours and the link there, which you all know, but also the Growing Natives Garden Tour. And actually, we're house number 3 on that tour, so come visit us in person. And at the very, so that's our garden in the middle, and then the very bottom is Joel Lim's garden. And you can also volunteer, share, invite, give a talk, get your grandkids involved as I do. Use some of these tools, like Calscape that was mentioned earlier, or iNaturalist that's been talked about in the chat. And again, check out the keystone signs that we talked about in English and Spanish. And the QR code and link for the for this presentation is here. So, and anybody who wants more information has access to that. So thanks for letting me go over. Oh no, you're muted, Kathy.
Thank you so much. That was terrific.
Good.
So
Good.
there's so much I want to say. I have notes and I would love to have some discussion, but I think that what we should do is go to the next presentation and show the monarch video first. That way we're staying with
Yes.
the agenda. And then in the time remaining, we can talk about questions that people might have from this butterfly presentation or comments that I had, and we'll fill up that time. And that way we'll be right on time for JD Bergeron at 1:30. Does that sound good to you?
Perfect.
Okay, good. So Jessica, I think that we'll just go right on then to the next presentation. Before we start, I should say that this video, How to Plant Milkweed for Monarchs from Seeds or Starts, was made by the talented Carol Bray, and we're so grateful to her for donating her time to make it. And also grateful to Pete Bayou for having us to his nursery and starring in this video. And actually this young woman here is that baby that you saw being born in the, not you say being born, that's a good thing. But anyway, the newborn baby that you saw in the retrospective. This is my daughter, Kelly. And the script was written by our very own Jennifer Jerking. So with that, we'll go into this video and then we'll have some discussion afterwards.
Hi, I'm Kelly, and I'm here to learn how to plant narrowleaf milkweed, which feeds the western monarch caterpillar. You probably already know that milkweed is the only plant monarch butterflies can lay their eggs on. I'm so glad you could join me. And today, I'm here with Pete.
Hi Kelly, welcome to East Bay Wilds. Today we're going to plant some narrowleaf milkweed. That's the one that is native to this area, around the Bay Area. This is what we use here in the nursery for planting seeds. And these are the narrowleaf milkweed seeds from Larner Seeds. Yeah, we're going to drop a few into each of the holes, each of the divots here, the holes. It doesn't matter if you have a few. They can grow together or they can grow alone. It doesn't matter. But if you put more than one, then you're ensuring that you're going to get more of them. That more of them will take. Because not all seed takes. And just drop in a few in each one. And when they grow, if you get several growing together, it's no problem. You can just they can grow together and they'll just form multiple plants together, or you can divide them if you like. When they're, get some in each of the little divots. What I like to do is I like to do 2 rows at a time. So the top 2 rows, then I'll do the next 2 rows. This until we're all full. And okay, and then to top them off, we just run our hand across it like this. Like this. And then we're going to, you pass me that spray bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And then we're going to make sure that they're nice and moist. It's important to keep them moist for the first few months, really, that you're growing them. These, we're going to put these out in the sun I like to use them. I like to put them in full sun, or you can put them in bright shade. But you've got to remember to water these. They should be watered twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week when it's really hot. The best times to plant these are here in the Bay Area are between June and August. They come up fastest then, but you can plant them at any time of the year. Just at certain times of the year, so you're gonna have to wait longer for them to come up. So then once they're nice and moist like this, we're gonna put them out in the sun, okay? I like to label everything too. And then once they're nice and moist and you put them out in the sun, then I'm gonna give them another bit of water. And then we're gonna let them germinate. And in the between June and August, if you plant them between June and August, they're gonna come up pretty quickly, within a few weeks. If you plant them in the wintertime, you'll have to wait a little bit longer. But I always suggest planting them after January. It's they're coming up. You'll get better take that way. If you plant them before then, you'll probably lose a few.
And what about these pots here?
Yeah, you don't have to use just the seed trays. You can use practically anything as long as you have good drainage. These pots here are thrown away all the time. These are 4-inch nursery pots that people dump at our nursery all the time. So we can just plant in these too. One of you.
Sure.
So what we'll do is we make divots with it. You can just use your finger. And I'd put a few in there. Put a few in each of these holes. I put 4 in a pot. 4 little holes. And like this. Like this. And then we'll take a little bit of soil. Put it over the top. Because these are not the same as the seed trays. So we're going to go like this. But you just want to make sure that in your pots that you don't fill them to the brim, okay? You want to have them just really about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch down from the edge of the pot, so that you have room for water and you won't be washing things away. So there. Okay, could you pass me that knife? What we're going to do now is we're going to show you how to pot the plants up. Because when these ones grow, they're going to be really tiny and they're going to get lost in the landscape if you put them right into the ground from here. So you want to pot them up to a bigger size. This one has been potted into a 4-inch, but we're going to put it into a gallon to get it nice and big, make it easy to plant. So this, and this should be nice when you turn it over. It should be nice and full of roots, just like that. Oops, take a little more out. Pass me that pot, please. Thank you. We put it in a 1-gallon pot. Pack some soil around it, but still with a 1-gallon pot, you want to leave about 1 inch at the top. The soil should be 1 inch down to make sure you have plenty of room for water and you're not washing the soil off the roots. And with these pots here, you can pot these up into gallons as well, and you want to use a knife like this, or you can even use a butter knife, and you put it down into one side, and then you put pressure on it and pull up. Put pressure on it and pull up like that, and then it will pop right out, and you can just pop it right down into a 1-gallon pot. Okay, so we're ready to plant. We're going to pull the mulch back, and it's a nice sunny open area. And I like to plant 3 to 5 plants together. You want to have plenty of leaves for those hungry caterpillars to eat. And we're going to make the holes, and you want to dig the soil up a little bit around. You want to get it nice and loose so that the roots can move around and get down in there deeply. So make the hole much bigger than the pot first, and then this is a very important part, especially in the summertime, but really any time of the year. Kelly, do you have some water? what we want to do is we want to fill this hole with water and let it drain through. So you can go ahead and fill it if you like. Put it all away. Okay. Now we're going to just let that drain through for a minute. Goes pretty quickly here. We're doing this. The reason why we're filling this with water 3 times is that we have a good column of moist soil to point the roots downwards. And that's what you want. The way that our plants, all of our California plants, become very drought tolerant is that their roots are down in there deep, where the soil stays moist almost all year long. And this is ensuring that good column of moist soil underneath the plant. And not just with milkweeds, you do this with all plants that you plant, especially in the summertime. Then you have to, sometimes in heavy, heavy, heavy clay, which there's a few places around the bay, like Danville, that has super heavy adobe clay, this takes all day. You have to fill it with water, but you still have to do it 3 times to get that good column of moist soil underneath. I want to mention the aphids. I get a lot of calls about aphids, the milkweed aphids, and they're these little orange aphids, little orange bugs that you'll see. And in summertime, they always come, and they can really, they are very disturbing for people. And I get a lot of calls around this time of year from people saying that their milkweeds are getting all eaten by aphids. It's part of the natural cycle now here in the Bay Area. And they're these little orange bugs, and they do disturb the plant, but not too much. So, okay, now that we filled the hole with water 3 times, the 3rd time we can plant. The water's still there, but we're gonna plant right through it. It's still draining, but we're gonna plant right through it. So you take and you pop the plant out of the pot like this. And if there's a lot of roots around the edges, you want to take it and bang it like that, and a few times around to break it up a bit, break up the soil, break up the roots a little bit. Then you want to plant it so that the level in the pot remains the same as the level in the ground. Okay, so this level is going to be exactly even with the soil around it, and then we're going to backfill with the soil. Like this, until it's packed in around there. The soil does not need any amendments at all, but it does need, you can use compost if you'd like, or you can just, the soil is fine just as it is. Milkweed uses very little nutrient. So you just backfill it, make sure it's good and packed in there. Okay, and then you want to pull the mulch back, but not right to the plant. You can give it a couple inches all around, like this. You don't want to. You don't want to put the mulch on the ground. You want plenty of room for the plant to breathe. Okay, but the mulch does really help because it helps maintain the moisture, and it actually adds the right kind of nutrient to the soil over time. It adds humic acid to the soil. Yes, and it also helps to regulate the temperature of the soil. And we do this, we're just doing 1 right now, but normally I would plant at least 3 of these together because you want to have plenty of leaves for the caterpillars to eat. If you only have a little bit of leaf for them to eat, you're going to lose some of them. They're going to eat it all up, and they're not going to have anything else, and they're going to die off. So you want to have plenty of leaves. So I always plant 3 or 5 of them together to get a good patch. And then I water it, regularly for the first year. For the first summer, I'll water it like once a week. And then after the first summer, I let it be. I let it do its thing. But that will make it double, triple in size in the first summer. And then you can leave it, and the next year it'll be on its own. Why don't you give it some more water, Kelly?
So, Pete, how long does it take to grow?
Remember that in the summertime, it's green like this, and then when the aphids come, the aphids do eat it down, but it's okay because they go deciduous anyway. By the end of the summer, the beginning of winter, it's going to disappear. But have faith, it comes back. It comes back in the spring. Sometimes it takes till June for them to come back in. That's good. It's enough water. But One of the reasons why you want to use the fascicularis, or the most local native one, to where you are, is that they do die back. It's important that they die back, so that the tropical ones that stay evergreen actually can transmit diseases, which we don't want.
So where can I get these seeds?
There's several places. The ones that we planted are from Larner Seeds, but there are a bunch of commercial places where you can get them, and there'll be links in the caption of this video for you to find one. Of course. You want to help me? Okay. Pull the mulch back. Yeah. Yes.
Well, that was terrific. I want to thank Carol Bray for making that video, Pete Veilleux for allowing us to come over to East Bay Wilds to video it there, and my daughter Kelly for participating in it, and Jennifer for writing the script and coming over on the day of the filming. So I think what we'll do now is take questions with Jennifer and I for about like 6 or 7 minutes, and after that, we'll push on to the next presentation, which is JD Bergeron. So I saw that people mentioned aphids a couple times, and there's a fantastic presentation on the Garden Tours YouTube channel called Life and Death on Milkweed and Life and Death on Lupin. And Mei Chen wrote those presentations. She's an amazing naturalist. And what I learned from watching them is like aphids are really the plankton of our garden. Like we should no more want to get rid of aphids than we should want to get rid of plankton from the sea. They're the base of the food chain. And I actually go out looking longingly for aphids now because I want to see the other insects that come in because of them, the ladybugs and syrphid flies and other creatures that come for the aphids. Do you leave your aphids now, Jennifer?
Yeah, actually, I don't see too many. They're pretty rare. But I do. And we leave all bugs, and we even leave some spider webs laying around that have bugs that were trapped in them, that the hummingbirds will come eat just the shells or the whatever's leftovers. So we leave it all.
You know, the Leave the Leaves really was brought home to me. I think it was last year when Anita Pereira came over. She wanted to dig some aster from my garden for a park restoration project she's working on, and she had really sharp eyes. So while she was digging the aster in my backyard, she pointed out a little tiny leaf. It was no more than half an inch long. It was curled, and there was a chrysalis on the inside of the curl, and there was a second chrysalis on the outside of the curl. And then she saw 2 different kinds of caterpillars on the aster and found a third one in the soil. So that just really said to me just how great the keystone species are, asters in particular for me, and that how important it is to just leave the leaves and leave the stems. Like I just don't cut anything anymore. And it's been interesting for me to just watch the garden go through the seasons with like still the Clarkia stalks sticking up in the garden and the aster stems sticking up and the goldenrod with its dry flowers. And it actually looks nice to me. I feel like it's a, you know, a healthful and flourishing environment that way.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff, like I left my my goldenrod's actually still standing from last year. It finally lost its very last seeds, but I'm cutting little things like that back and putting them in a brush pile. I've noticed the birds are using them for nesting material now. So, you know, old dead grasses or bits of even a little bit of wood, you know, they'll use for nesting material.
I just leave everything up, and I find that I see birds coming on to like the I have a California buckwheat, Eriogonum fasciculatum, and I see the birds coming to its dried flowers like long after I would have thought that there wouldn't be anything there for them anymore. They're on the Clarkia, the dried flower heads of the Clarkia, and they're also on the other dried flowers, just picking at insects or picking at seeds that are left.
Right, right.
I noticed that you had said that you enjoyed the book, California Native Plants for the Garden by Carol Bornstein. And it's expensive if you look for it online, but Native Sons Nursery down the coast a bit from us, David Frost is one of the authors, and he sells that book. I'm sure they'll ship it for, I think, $22. Like, it's much cheaper than you can buy it on Amazon. So if you're looking for California native plants for the garden, contact Native Sons Nursery.
That's a really good tip because it is on Amazon. It's like $75 out of print, whatever. I know our local CNPS chapter also gets it from him and sells it directly, but I think ours is 28. So they might get a bargain going directly to him.
So I see Sharon Anderson said our yard is being taken over by hundreds of Italian thistles, which seem to host tons of aphids and ladybugs. I know they're invasive, but I feel bad pulling them. Yes, Sharon Anderson, pull them. And you don't actually need to pull them. You can just cut them off at the base and prevent them from reseeding. They are an invasive species. And you can put something better in your yard than the thistles, which are going to blow all over your street. And then your neighbors are going to have them also.
Oh, can I contradict about the cobweb thistle? I don't think that's too invasive, and
No,
it's
not the
awesome,
cobweb.
bright,
Yeah.
vivid pink and gorgeous plant. And I'm growing some in my garden. So it's really amazing.
Yeah, so that's different because that's our native thistle, but this is the Italian thistle. And yeah, the cobweb thistles, they are neat. But this is the invasive Italian thistle. So question from YouTube, maybe you have an answer, Jennifer. If we want to maintain a tidy garden, what is your recommendation to do with the clippings?
You know, I'm a lazy gardener. So right now I have leaves that I'm going to cover some areas with a little bit of bark. I sweep, that keeps my garden looking tidy. I have a lot of lush evergreen things that makes my garden look tidy and structured. We did do some clippings, and recently, because we took out some non-native plants and we created a little brush pile in the corner of our yard with that out of sight. I also have one that's actually in sight. It's kind of under a little hedge between my yard and the neighbor's yard. And I throw stash stuff back there, and it kind of, salamanders have moved in underneath it, and the birds are using it. But I actually don't remove much from my yard. And we used to have a gardener. He retired, thank goodness. There isn't a whole lot to do. Maybe I'm just lucky. I don't have a very big garden, and I mulch a bit, and yeah. It looks tidy enough.
What you just said, Jennifer, I like the idea of having sort of a corner that's maybe not as visible and prominent for maybe more like branches and some cuttings, and that is also where you said salamanders. I found like the slender salamanders. But then I saw some other areas, maybe right by the entrance. Maybe I neaten up a little more, but I move that into the more like brushy corner, and that might work for some other people.
Right. I actually did a brave thing. The one that's a little bit visible in the front yard, I actually labeled it. And I find if people have an explanation, I'm leaving the leaves because I put salamander house, and there's this little brush pile, and the neighborhood kids, they'll be riding their bikes by and they kind of go, they stop and they look at that. It catches their eye, ant house, salamander house. I'm pointing out that things live here, and even made like a scavenger hunt for them to go. 23 Girl Scouts came through and had them look with actual pictures of things in my yard. It's so easy to do, but they loved it. They scouted around and found where things live.
Well, I want to thank you, Jennifer, for all the work that you put into the butterfly presentation. It was fantastic, for making those Keystone Species cards in the first place. They're terrific. And for working on this presentation on the monarchs. It's really just been a joy to work with you.
Yeah, fun. Thank you so much. I'm going to hop off and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we're going to go on now, and okay. So if you would like help designing and installing a native plant garden, you might want to contact 4 Dimensions Landscape Company. 4 Dimensions is an award-winning landscape design company whose motto is restoring the earth, one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. 4 Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both human and natural life. You can call on 4 Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden, and you can reach them at 4dimensionslandscape.com or 510-893-8255. 1999. And we've already had this talk. So I'm going to ask now, if you have not had the chance yet to support us, if you would do so. We've been working hard to make the world a better place for 20 years. And if you appreciate our efforts, then we could certainly use your help. You can make a contribution to the tour with your credit card or your PayPal account via the donations button on the tour's homepage at bringingbackthenatives.net, through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, or you can mail in a check. There's a $500 challenge grant that has been offered by Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin. We hope that you'll help us to obtain those matching funds. And also, we're delighted to announce that Golden Gate Bird Alliance has set up a fund for the tour. So donations of over $500 or more are now tax deductible. Your contributions help support the creation of this online tour, and also the in-person tour and the recent electrified home tour. So we'll pause now at the Watershed Nursery, and they have such a fun sign at their entrance. I always enjoy pulling in there. The Watershed Nursery is a woman-owned native plant nursery founded by Laura Hansen and Diana Benner in 2001. Their team grows hundreds of species of California native plants with the highest level of phytosanitary best management practices to prevent the spread of harmful pathogens into our backyards and natural spaces. You can visit www.watershednursery.com to learn more and see what's available. The Watershed Nursery is open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person in their large outdoor nursery in Point Richmond, or you can place an order for curbside pickup. If you're looking for a practical gift for a friend, consider purchasing a gift certificate. You can reach them at sales@thewatershednursery.com or 510-234-2222. And it's a pleasure now for me to introduce J.D. Bergeron, who is the CEO of the International Bird Rescue. His love of birds and wildlife led him to explore and build a deep appreciation for California native plants and the habitats that they support. I visited JD's hillside garden in Martinez a while back, and we spent a fun morning exploring his garden and walking through the neighborhood, looking at nearby native gardens. And who knew that Martinez was such a hotspot of native plant gardening, but it certainly is. JD has really transformed his own garden, and I'm looking forward to seeing his presentation. So let's welcome JD. Hi, JD.
Hi, Kathy. Thanks so much. And I have to say, huge thank you. The one positive thing to come out of COVID for me was that I watched so many of these videos that it really was the kind of the spur moment to get me going. So you'll all get to see what I've been up to with my somewhat challenging hillside garden.
Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing and turn it over to you. Okay.
Want to confirm that you're all seeing it all right, Kathy?
Yes, it's great. Thank you. We're fine.
All right. So what you are looking at right now is the very uninspiring start. When we moved into this home in December of 2020, the upper part of the yard is completely without plants except for weeds and a few trees, mostly non-natives. And this was what we had to work with. A little bit more about me. Kathy did mention I am the CEO of International Bird Rescue. I consider storytelling a key part of what I do. But more importantly, perhaps, I need the outdoors to re-energize. We work with sick and injured and oiled, contaminated birds, and I really need to see healthy wildlife in order to recharge. I do love to draw. I love Burning Man. I love Chaparral and desert. And I think this is all going to be part of the story that I'm going to share with y'all. So really, we had a blank slate. What you're seeing here is actually the very earliest attempts. There's a few little tomato plant containers, and I think maybe one of all of these plants we attempted to put in without proper irrigation, just that hose to work with. Only one made it. But I will go through a little bit about what we were trying to do with our garden objectives, what were our inspirations, how I picked plants, and then a lot of trial and error challenges. So on the more traditional side, we did want to only add new California native plants. That means there are some plants that have been here a very long time that are actually doing quite well, and wildlife seem to enjoy them. A bottlebrush tree is a good example of that. We do want to continue attracting birds and butterflies and salamanders and newts and everything else, and also to create some habitat. Interestingly enough, when Kathy was here, she pointed out that my lupin that I was so excited was hosting what I had read was a native Genista caterpillars was actually not a great thing. That while they are not, they're not directly, invasive species, they will eat your lupin to the ground. So I have removed them. Again, the habitat is the key, and I look forward to hopefully finding caterpillars this year. We've seen some interesting butterflies like the one in the middle picture there, which I am told is called a Thader comma, and that was literally last week, landed on one of my plants as it was passing through. On the more personal side, we had a limited budget, so we wanted to do it ourselves as possible. We have 2 big dogs. These are a key part of our family, and also one of the more destructive elements we need to be careful of in the garden. And then most of all, that part about re-energizing. I wanted there to be lots of quiet spaces to sit outside, maybe with my computer, maybe not. That is a key part of what you'll see in the garden. Our house is quite old. It was built in 1926. Here it is in the middle of the valley that it exists in. You can't really tell perfectly well from this photo, but that is a very steep hill behind the houses. And there's a lot of water challenges that happen even to today. Some of our key inspirations, I love going hiking. If you go out the back gate of our garden, about a half mile away, you are in the Carquinez Regional Shoreline. It has elements of chaparral and coastal sage scrub. I love it. I imagine that at one point, our backyard would have been part of this same habitat. And we want to add elements that put it back in that space. Birds, of course, are a key inspiration for me. This is a regular visiting hermit thrush. The day we were checking out the house actually to see whether we would want to buy it, there was a hermit thrush there. I took that as a good sign, and that hermit thrush is sort of my little promise. I will continue to make a habitat that bird wants to be in, and hopefully finds ways to draw more birds as well. While I lived still in Oakland before we moved to Martinez, I lived in this amazing rental house. I called the yard of wonder. Every few feet, there was a different feature. There was a daybed, there was a sculpture, there was a little studio, a vegetable garden, a little coffee table, in the very back where you could sit with your coffee in the morning. Really wanted to simulate that in our new yard as well, especially with its terraced, very uphill demeanor. There's lots of places to stop. I also really enjoy botanical gardens. This is the Santa Barbara Botanical Garden, which, if you have not been to, has an incredible array of California habitats. And I really like that model of displaying different kinds of plants that are also beneficial to the environment. So the white outline shows essentially the shape of our yard. It doesn't very well show you the angle, but it does also show that we have a very southwesterly direction in our yard. I broke the yard up into zones, and each of those is kind of a little playground, a different kind of garden. I won't read them out here, but you can see that some of them speak to various habitats that are here. Others are just trying to draw butterflies and other pollinators. There's a gorgeous big old toyon in the middle of the yard, so we have to really think about what kinds of plants like to live underneath that in a meadow. And I'm actually from the New England area, so Zone 12 was meant to be my little homage to Cape Cod Seaside Gardens. We're calling it the Bayside Martinez Garden, and a lot of the more coastal plants, native plants, are what we're trying to do there. It's still very much in the early stages, but gives me a lot of energy about what could happen. So just a few of the lessons we learned on the dog friendly side. One, of course, you want to research which plants are dog friendly. I think even more important is knowing your dog or dogs. My two dogs, fortunately, are not plant eaters, but they are very boisterous and like to play. And one of the things that I wish I had known before planting was that a 3-foot border along your fences will prevent your dogs from, when they're doing their patrol job, from actually smashing into plants. We continue to have to pay the price for that one because the back fence itself, some of the plants are too close. I'm hoping that eventually we will fix that. I think also it's important to note that Moby, the whiter dog in this photo, actually was a puppy when we got him. And, a lot of reinforcement has to be done to help the dogs know where the right places to be. Unfortunately, the picture on the right-hand side shows that Moby really hates gophers. And he is often looking to dig out the gopher runs, which has been rather problematic for us because that's not something you can easily teach a dog. On the choosing plant side, we do have a heavy clay soil, which is something we always have to keep in mind. Means drainage is not always very quick, and also sometimes amending the soil a bit. This is not something traditionally recommended for native plants, and yet several places we have been have suggested that adding a bit so that very dry clay doesn't actually turn into essentially a pot, preventing the roots from growing. Erosion control obviously was a key part of it. Learning a lot about sun and shade. And actually, if you look closely at that photo, you will see two ceanothus. They're Julia Phelps ceanothus. The one on the right-hand side of the photo is larger, is in the sunlight more of the day, something I did not notice until the results of this happened. The one on the on the left, had many more flowers in its first season, never grew, and actually eventually died. It was catching shade from a few different directions during the day and seasonally, and just wasn't getting enough to thrive with. Also wanted to make sure, of course, our plants were productive for wildlife. I am a huge fan of flannel bushes. And this one, you can actually see the ants are often crawling on the flowers, which I'm sure has some important purpose for them. Some of the bigger questions, and I don't even attempt to answer them here, but I think they're worth thinking about. I know there are folks who are wanting to keep very pristine, keeping hyper local in their plant choices, avoiding cultivars at all costs. We've experimented quite a bit. I really do love the idea of things looking as close to the native surrounding areas as possible. And yet most of those areas are in fact disturbed land because of cattle and human development. So we're doing a little bit of both. I think also be really careful doing your research and don't trust everything you read. For a while, when I was first shopping around, I was really paying close attention to the full sun, part shade, full shade, etc. And I find that you can actually find the exact same plant listed as exact opposites. This one does well in full shade. This one only does well in full sun. So you really have to dig a little deeper to make sure you know what you're getting. Also thinking about what's already in your yard. As I said, we have a huge toyon. We have a few very old trees that are not native, but the birds and wildlife are definitely drawn to them, including a very messy, silky oak tree, which every season brings some of the most incredible birds, the hooded orioles, the western tanagers, the black-headed grosbeak, some of the really most gorgeous birds that pass through the Bay Area, for some reason love this non-native tree. Companion plants are important as well. Timeline for growth. One of the really great things I learned from one of these webinars actually was thinking about, your brand new buckeye is going to take many years to grow and eventually will shade the things around it. Until that time, you probably want to fill in that space with things that perhaps are not as long-lived so that you're not waiting for the gaps to fill in. You actually can enjoy the garden in different phases and really think about that long-term plan. I love a good spreadsheet. I also love a notebook. This is just a screenshot of my garden spreadsheet. It tells me the common and scientific names, what zone have I planted in, what was the source, where did I buy the particular plant, as well as a spot. I create a new column for each month of the year, and then I take notes on plants that perhaps are struggling or booming particularly well in a particular period. Really gives me a great a record actually of how things progress. And I also have a notebook I often carry while I am in the garden that helps me take notes quickly too. You can see I take a very scientific approach to this. Some of the just few categories of plants I really love. Manzanitas, wild lilacs, and buckwheat were all things I knew I wanted in the garden. I have to give credit to my sister-in-law, Ashley, for convincing me on sages. I was resistant in the beginning, and now I don't know why, because they're some of my favorite plants in the whole garden. But we have multiple varieties of all 4 of these, and really enjoy seeing the contrast of them together. And in fact, one of the zones of our garden is called Buckwheat Alley, and there are 7 different kinds of buckwheat along the walkway as you go up the hill. I think it's important also to think about plants that you especially love. This is one of mine. It's a Southern California native called Otay Mountain Lotus. I just think it is absolutely stunning. The flowers are amazing. Very small stature plant. We had one in the front garden that bloomed and then seemed to go completely gone in one season. So I bought 3 the next time and planted them together with hopes in a sunnier spot they would last longer. Also, plants that might come up and surprise you. We tried a bunch of different kinds of ceanothus. This is actually a photo during the night of just about a month ago of our Julia Phelps ceanothus, the same one I showed in the sun and shade photo. Absolutely booming this year. This plant has not followed the rule of sleep, creep, and then leap. This plant has only been in the ground for about a year and a half at this point, and has actually become one of the main features of the upper part of our garden. I absolutely adore it. Garden maintenance, and you can actually see a photo. That's actually a very recent photo of the garden, and I will show you some earlier stages as we go. But hand weeding is definitely one of my favorite tools. It is a relaxation exercise for me. I am in a constant war against oxalis and foxtails and a bunch of others. Year over year, I stay pretty consistent, and I think we are seeing a reduction. Some of our native plants actually do a really exceptional job of weeding out or preventing those plants from booming. I can actually see an oxalis flower right above my dog's head in there. That's how focused I am on these things. We do avoid chemicals. We do not like to poison or do anything like that that might cause problems for wildlife and invertebrates in the ground. So this is very much about hand exercise only. Making decisions about cleaning up versus leaving debris. We leave all of the oak leaves and pine needles and things that fall from native trees nearby. There is one, that silky oak tree I mentioned, actually drops a lot of mess pretty much all year round, and it does smother things below it. So we have to be quite careful. Gophers have been a key challenge of our yard as well. We do have those really annoying noise gopher sticks. As you can see with the digging photo from a few slides ago, that we are not winning at this point. Have not quite figured this one out, and would love anyone's suggestions on helping gophers find a better place to be. We also do use a lot of movable garden fencing so that we can protect newer plants or plants that perhaps the dogs are coming too close to too frequently. This is a pretty good photo of what weed season looks like in the garden in the early days. The dogs, we talked about the digging. They also, if we don't protect certain plants, they seem to prefer to pee on some of them than others. We learned about wrong sun exposure, the wrong plant species for a location, just a bad spot. There are some spots in our garden that just don't seem to do as well as others. In fact, there were entire species that we planted in the very beginning that actually had, all of them had to be removed because they just didn't do well. That was the Carpinteria plants. This is an interesting garden bed. This is the front yard facing the street. Not really sure what made me think to make this my big experimental garden, but it has been. You're seeing some marsh fleabane, you're seeing some hedge nettle, you're seeing some bee plant, several of which have become incredibly maybe not invasive necessarily, but boy, they are spreading. Bee plant can grow to quite extreme lengths and was blocking some of this walkway. We're still working on perfecting it. You can see the little light green plant is the younger Otay Mountain lotus. Some of the bigger challenges we've had, this was all related to the rain. The end of 2022, you'll all remember, there was a juniper tree that fell down. Not long, just a couple of months after we had paid one of the few projects we had professional support with. We were very lucky. The tree missed all the native plants. You can actually see them right below. It landed on the fence, and I'll show you in a moment what we used that opportunity for. The water also, unfortunately, our retaining walls created a perfect river channel, and you can see what damage all that water rushing down did to our composite granite. This is still a problem we're trying to resolve even today. We used the moment of the tree falling to put in a better fence, a full wooden redwood fence, and that's actually added quite a bit to our ability to build and actually enjoy the space. So keep going. Oops, there we go. I mentioned earlier, one of my targets was to have spaces where we could coexist with nature. There's a number of places where you can sit down, lots of bird feeders. We have been in the regular battle with squirrels. I've actually installed a peanut bin at the very top of the garden, one to keep the squirrels away from the dogs who are really triggered by them, and also to give them a place to be that's a little bit further from the feeders. Also, a hammock during better weather is available. So this is after we had brought in some support. It was not a native plant specialist, but they did do some excellent landscaping and irrigation work, some hardscaping and building in the walkway. Just a quick brief, we did have a tree house in the early days when we moved in. Termites later got that tree after all that water that came, and we had to take that down, and you can see in later images where we've gone with that. This is zone 10. It's the space right beside the house. It was overgrown with the plants that you see here, also a key spot that was catching water and holding it against the basement in a not good way. In the process of doing French drains to help with quite a bit of the water challenges, we put in some pots. We've experimented with various plants. Some of these had to be relocated. And this is actually what it looks like today with some lupin and island mallow. There's a Ray Hartman ceanothus and a few other things there. On the other side of the front of the house, you can see before we moved in, it was pretty much just covered in mulch and English ivy. I have to say I particularly despise English ivy for lots of reasons. I have worked to pull it back. I, of course, can't remove it because it belongs to my neighbor, but we've put in a lot of things like poppies and woolly sunflower, yarrow, and several kinds of ceanothus in that bed. Zone 8 is right behind the house. It includes a patio and a lot of the older non-native plants, including some roses, and you can see this incredibly healthy bottle brush. We've been trying to add some elements that are native and will, of course, take advantage of moments when plants that have been there a while reach the end of their lives. We've also been planting things like Palmer's penstemon or balloon flower below them as just another element of color, and that allows us to kind of build. Underneath the bottle brush had been a largely shady, sometimes during the day sunny, mostly ferns and weeds were in there. We have added some woodland strawberry and snowberry and a few other things, and are really happy with that progress. Here's just a little glimpse of Buckwheat Alley, two different kinds of buckwheat side by side. That photo was actually taken this morning when I realized one of them was flowering or about to flower for the first time. And I believe, oh gosh, I almost was going to say I remember the name of this butterfly, but I have forgotten that is a visitor from last summer on our rosy buckwheat. Also in zone 7, we have a variety of berries, twinberry honeysuckle, snowberry, ribes, and a huckleberry. Here's another before and after. So there's stage 1, stage 2, and that's where the treehouse is still there. Good spot to sit with a glass of wine. And then that is how it is now. Here is that spot we started with, the denuded top of the hill, a huge, very messy eucalyptus tree, the fencing and whatnot. There's the work during landscaping, summer 2022. Here's when they finished. And here's a video that shows what it looks like now. Again, some things have proven to be incredibly lush and quick growing. Point Sal sage has been one of my favorites. Other things are going a little slower. Here's the California chaparral. Again, that Julia Phelps I mentioned a few times during my talk. I can't do a talk without mentioning birds. It's quite unusual for me to give a talk that's not just about birds. So here's just a short list of the birds that we see pretty regularly in our yard, as well as some blooms of some of the plants we've seen. Hermit thrush will always have a special spot. So that's why that one is highlighted. And a few other blooms, Butylon, and we do have some pipevine, which I'm hoping will be big enough this year to bring pipevine swallowtail. Personal favorite of mine, which I don't ever hear anyone talk about, is this deerweed, Acmespawn glaber. I absolutely adore it. I think it is a great filler. I think the flowers are amazing. One that I would highly recommend people look into, because I don't hear it talked about very often. And for the sake of folks who really like to know the list, we do have about 130 different species, including a bunch of cultivars and things, but there is that list. I think I have made it through, Kathy. If there were any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Let's see if there's any questions, but I just want to say that, well, thank you so much for giving that presentation. It was so interesting. It was so fun for me to see how your garden has changed, even since I saw it just like 9 months ago or something.
Yeah, it's been booming. Again, this idea of year 1 they sleep, year 2 they creep, year 3 they leap. Ours seems to be leaping a year early, so I hope that's a good thing.
That's fantastic. So you've done an impressive job. So I was wondering a couple things. So did you mean that you wished you had left a 3-foot border around the perimeter of your fence so the dogs could patrol the fence line without crashing into the plants?
Exactly. There's a couple of manzanitas up there that branches have been regularly broken off when people walk by. It is a kind of a fire road. So that was actually one that we had hired someone to help us with. And I wish that they had warned us, and I wish I had known, because it would have been such a small effort to move them 1 more foot away and saved us a lot of damage.
Yeah. So I wanted to say, people were talking in the chat about oxalis, and you had mentioned it as a problem too. I've been gardening on my neighbor's lot, which is a rental to the south of us, and the front yard is just a sea of oxalis. And with advice from Glenn Schneider, who manages the Skyline Gardens Restoration Project, I've been spraying it with vinegar, just straight 5% white distilled vinegar, nothing special. You buy it at the grocery store. So my husband bought me a backpack sprayer. It's not a good look, but I have the backpack sprayer. And I put a gallon, 2 gallons actually, and a good healthy squirt of dish soap in there that makes the vinegar stay on the leaves longer. And throughout this winter, I've sprayed probably every 2 or 3 weeks on like dry days and sunny days as best I can find. And it doesn't kill the oxalis because it's not systemic like Roundup, but it burns the leaves enough that I would say half the yard is bare now, and the other half is looking real sad. So I think that next year I'm going to have made some progress with the oxalis. It takes me like 45 minutes to spray the whole front yard and cost, like $15 worth of vinegar. And it's a good effort, I think. And you can also just spray through other plants. Like I have a toyon that's low to the ground, and you can just spray right over the leaves and the toyon will recover.
Yeah, the inner hippie, the animal loving hippie in me is going to just point out that when I pull, I actually end up finding little spiders and critters and invertebrates and things, and I can't imagine that they do very well with the spray. So I think it's always about options. I don't think everyone has the patience that I do, and also it seems like we're now dealing with poppies wanting to grow right next to the oxalis. So would that hurt the poppies as well? That was my timer.
It will. Some plants can tolerate vinegar spray, poppies cannot, and lupins cannot. So I hear what you're saying. I just felt like with the neighbors, like I can't hand weed it. It's just too much.
Ultimately, it's about the time you have, and that sounds incredibly practical. I'm just too much of a bleeding heart for even the little roly polies and things that are running around in my garden.
Well, I want to ask JD, would you be able to stay afterward and check the chat and see if you can respond to any questions? So if anybody has
Be
anything
happy to.
ask JD. I want to thank you so much for joining us. I'm really so glad that you could. And one day I want to have your garden on the tour.
Thank you so much.
Okay. We'll go now to our last presentation for the day. And let's see here. Before I do, the Contra Costa Water District is a longtime sponsor of the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and I have really enjoyed collaborating with their dedicated and hardworking staff over the years. If you live in the Contra Costa Water District service area, you'll be pleased to know that you can receive a lawn removal rebate of $1 per square foot up to $2,000 total. The district's rebate now allows you to get paid for removing your back lawn as well as the front. The district also offers a fabulous landscape design assistance program. In this program, customers receive a free 2-hour consultation from a professional landscape designer to help explore ideas and make recommendations on the layout, plants, and other features that may work for their garden. Visit ccwater.com/lawn-to-garden to find out more. And to just show you some examples of the kind of assistance that you can receive through the district's landscape design assistance program. This garden was designed by Kelly Marshall. She's one of the designers on the district's list. And this is Lisa and Dan Wankett's garden in Concord. It was on the tour last year. And this is another garden. This is Kelly Marshall's own garden in Clayton, which of course was also designed by her. So our last presentation for the day is being given by Lainey Johnson, whose Walnut Creek Garden will be on the tour next month for the first time. You can visit her garden on Sunday, May the 5th. You'll know you're in the right place when you see the fence lined with this cheerful array of birdhouses, which were made by Lainey herself. So let's go right then. I'll turn it over to you, Lainey. Let me stop sharing.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. I tell you, it's very, very inspiring to see all these gardens and all these stories. I feel like I'm among my kin. So, all right. It looks like you can see the screen, see the slides. Is that right?
Yes, we can. It's fine. Thank you, Lainey.
Great. Okay. Well, then we'll just get started here. All right. So I wanted to talk today about tips for bringing wildlife into your garden. And I think that there's a couple of people that summarize it really well, but I like this particular list of 5. You're going to be bringing wildlife into your garden. There are key things that you have to think of, just like we have core needs, is food, water, cover, places to raise your young, and sustainable practices. I know a lot of people have been talking about alternatives, and whether you're hand weeding or whether you're using vinegar and soap, I think it's critical to think about the cyclical nature of nature and just how many things are affected, the ripple effects. So it's definitely a choice with your time and what you have available. But having natives, thinking about multi-season bloom, and working on integrated pest management, knowing that the aphids may be on your plants, but something is going to eat them. At least I take comfort in that. It's good to know that it is a cycle and there is something that will come and get whatever is ailing you. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is laying a foundation. I started with really nothing in this yard. We had, except weeds. There was no irrigation. We had a couple of really large oaks, which I was incredibly thankful for. But by and large, there was really nothing planted here. So in one area where I ultimately planted an orchard, I laid straw everywhere just because I needed to have something that I could carry that was cheap and that would knock the weeds down. I don't know if anybody's ever done straw bale gardens, but they really do a great job also of holding down moisture, and worms seem to thrive in it. So that helped me at least get a head start for landscaping and creating some soil that wasn't completely dried out and just obliterated by weeds. And then for my native garden, I brought in a little bit of topsoil only to cover the sheet mulching that we did. We did a lawn conversion because the people before us had a lawn there, and then brought in some bark. I usually have wood chips brought in for free. I saw a couple people mention that in the chat, and I find that to be really, really helpful as well. So couple of different options, but just thinking about how you can get your soil head start if you are dealing starting from scratch. And then as you're thinking about what to plant, there's lots of options, obviously. Again, it's come down to choice. You can hire a designer, you can map it out on paper. I found myself doing a little bit of both. I consulted designers, I tried to draw a sketch. I don't have artistic skills, so I ended up playing chess and checkers with my plants, moving things around, trying to see, did what I draw really translate to the space I have? What's it going to look like in summer? What's it going to look like in winter? Am I going to have nice views? I think Japanese gardens do a wonderful job of surprising people, if you will. Like you come around a corner and you see something that was not visible because there was a shrub or there was a structure that was in the way. So I tried to think about that too. And something else you might notice in this photo are the gopher protection. We also have gophers and voles. And I have learned the hard way that it is much better, at least in my opinion, to cage everything underground than to hope that a gopher is going to be full with all the other things that are around it. I just find it much less demoralizing to lose a plant and have to start over, because the natives do take some time to get established. So if you can protect those roots, I just find that I'm a little bit happier in the long run. And then think about, people have mentioned the sleep, creep, leap. I don't mind if my plants are touching. I don't lean into the very manicured look. And so a lot of people thought, oh, it's kind of crowded. I kind of like the crazy altogether look. So, and plus, you're going to lose a few plants here and there. So if you lose a few and they're crowded in, it didn't really bother me when it was all said and done. Okay, there, it was frozen. Hang on. Okay, I think we're where we need to be. Forgive me, my Mac really needs some love. And then we get into water-wise choices. There are a lot of opinions about overhead sprinklers, strip systems, Netafilm. I've seen the conversations over time. I think the biggest takeaways I had were to group plants by their water needs, so that if you do need to water certain plants in summer to get them established, or if you need to water some more than others, that's baked into your design. If you're using emitters, do your best to do the math. If you've got something like a Netafilm, think about the linear feet. There are a lot of people that can help with that, but especially in clay soils, the water can really, really clog the roots. And in years of drought, things can really dry out and really need the water that they are spec'd out to have. So it's really nice if you can think about, once things are buried or under mulch, what did I put there? What do I have there? And if I turn this on for an hour, how much water is this plant going to get? Am I going to overload it, or is it going to just, get exactly what it needs? We also have a prevailing wind that comes through our yard pretty consistently. And I was really surprised how much the plants lose moisture just from that wind exposure. Sun is kind of an obvious thing, but wind exposure can really be a surprise. So if you're in a windy or exposed landscape, something else to keep in mind. And then something I really hadn't thought of, but was thankfully thought up by my husband, is to plumb for a recirculating fountain or your water features while you're laying the irrigation for your yard. It will save you a ton of time and a lot of ache if you can get that hardwired in, it makes it easy to refill. And I have found the recirculating fountains do a tremendous job of attracting wildlife. And they also benefit from not having mosquitoes because that water is always moving. And you don't have to worry about the eggs hatching. And in my yard, I have a lot of deer out around the property. And then I also have a lot of weeds. We have oxalis, we have thistle, all the things that a lot of people have been mentioning across the day. These are, in my mind, the rock stars of the native plant world. Oaks just support so many different animals, so many different bird species, butterfly species. They really do a tremendous amount in terms of doing the heavy lifting for supporting native wildlife. Ceanothus also, they're incredibly beautiful. For the large part, I find them to be pretty hardy. Many of them grow really quickly. They're evergreen, so they just provide a lot of really nice cover, especially in the winter. Salvias and buckwheats. Salvias are great if you have deer. I have a section of my yard that is not fenced at all. The majority of it is not fenced, and the deer come through and they don't browse the salvia. The butterflies love the flowers. The only damage the salvia take is the occasional buck, sharpening his horns or making a statement in my yard. That's about it. And the coyote bush is legitimately deer proof. It's also supposed to be fire resistant. It's incredibly drought tolerant. And I brought some home from a nursery, and within maybe an hour, there were already native bees buzzing around it. So cannot say enough about coyote bush. And then wildflowers that are both pretty and pretty tough are penstemon, lupins, and this California aster that has just exploded in my yard is in direct sun and just takes all kinds of beating from nature, and it just keeps on flowering. It keeps on spreading. So if you're looking for something that is indestructible, if you will, those would be my recommendations. And then when you're thinking about wildlife, think about a variety of food so that animals and insects can get what they need all year long. That definitely baked into my plan. Supporting bugs, having shrubs that provide flowers and pollen, having shrubs that provide berries, and also thinking about the soil, because there are always birds and squirrels and things digging in the soil and looking for food. So food is often hidden from our view, or maybe it's a little bit out of sight, out of mind. So again, it's thinking about nature as a holistic system. And with that is the circle of life. We live, like I said, there's a lot of deer around us. We have had mountain lion sightings in our area. I try very much to live in harmony with nature. I'm not thrilled with the squirrels and the voles and the gophers we have around here. So the hawk that you see in the middle here, it was actually on our tree. We do a lot of things to try to encourage natural predators. We have owl boxes, we have bird boxes. And so, you have to take, I don't even want to say the good with the bad, but you have to appreciate it's a full cycle. And so try to embrace everything you can and provide habitat for everything you can. That being said, it has been a long battle with the deer and the voles. So, you're going to get some casualties from these creatures. All I can recommend are those gopher baskets. That's really all that I've been able to have success with. I've tried different, trapping or discouraging mechanisms. I've tried the sonic blasts, a lot of things, throwing spices on the ground, you name it. I have tried it. And really all that works is not letting them get to your roots. And the deer, I have decided that some areas will be fenced so that I can have a wider variety of plants that the birds and the butterflies and the insects can benefit from. And the rest of the yard is open to the deer, and they can, peruse and browse, and it's not a big deal. And they can still move through the property, get from point A to point B. I'm not obstructing their flow, but I can still have a nice variety of plants and feel good about the yard I have. So in summary, we've all heard the phrase, if you build it, they will come. They really will. I took this picture to illustrate that nature really isn't super fussy. I try to build my birdhouses to spec based on Audubon, but I have had, this is a Western screech owl in a barn owl box. We at one point had a great horned owl trying to fit its little face in there. We've had barn owls in barn owl boxes when we lived in Pleasant Hill. And I've got nest boxes everywhere. A lot of the woodpeckers will drill through the holes of the bluebird houses and nest in them or roost in them at night for shelter. So it's just a matter of providing a variety and a habitat, and they will come. This is a fawn wandering through a previous area that we had. It was lawn there. We've since replaced it. And then I just wanted to share this other image. This was one of those bubble fountains that I highly recommend. We had cedar waxwings just all over the fountain. They come through every year now and take advantage of the shrubs with berries on them. So it's just really, really wonderful to see the spectacle of nature in your yard. Last thing, I just wanted to point out a couple of things that helped me on my journey. There's some great resources by Greg Rubin. I know everyone has their favorites, but he's been working down in San Diego. I have family in San Diego, working on firescaping, testing lots of things, landscapes at a very large scale. So if you're at all concerned about fire or you're in a fire-prone area, I'd highly recommend checking him out. And if you have children and are hesitant about a lawn and getting rid of a place to play, Last Child in the Woods has a lot of things to say about the benefits of nature and having children in nature, having green spaces for children. I learned a lot from that book as well. And then just in the dreaming and planning and thinking about what I wanted out of my yard, the Billy Goodnick book on yards was also really, really helpful. Just helps you think about things in a different way, or maybe consider things that you wouldn't have otherwise considered. And at that point, happy to take any questions anyone might have.
Thank you. Well, let's see what pops up in the chat. But I wanted to ask, do you like Netafim? And do you want to explain a little about Netafim? I saw you had it in your garden, I think.
Yeah. So that was required as part of the East Bay Mud Project. They list out and have a lot of really great resources for you for how to plan things out, what to use, where to get things. So Netafim will come in a strip like a long drip hose, and it has not emitters, but little holes right at certain equitable distances, and they're rated for different gallons per hour. So you can go to an irrigation system and or an irrigation store and buy it, and they'll usually spec out if you have so many yards or so many square feet of property that, this is the rating that you want on your Netafim. You put it underneath the mulch, and you can turn it on, and it does a really nice job of getting the entire area wet instead of just little spots where your plants are. And I think it does help the complete underground structure of your yard to get that moisture, helps the roots spread deep as well as wide, and encourages the underground worms and bugs and all the little microscopic things that are growing down there.
Yeah, we have Netafim as well. I like it a lot. It's sturdier than those black plastic tubes, like the spaghetti tubes. You can still cut through it, but it's harder to cut through it. And we've had ours in the ground. We don't use it anymore, but it's been in the ground for 15 years now, and it's, still held up well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to agree. I think I've put my shovel through a fair number of drip hoses, and yeah, the Netafim does hold up a lot better.
So your bubbler fountain is beautiful, and somebody asked where you got it. Do you remember?
That's a good question. It was a place, I want to say, up in Napa or Sonoma. It was a family-owned, I think, place. I think it was an Italian name, and I think it started with an F. I know that's really vague, but that's about all my brain can come up with. If I think of it, I will put it in my description on the website.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say those cedar waxwings are enviable. I've never seen such a large flock. I've seen littler ones at my house, but that was fantastic.
They're really, really wonderful. Yeah. And every single bird, I have a couple of different bird baths, and every single bird flocks to that bubbler fountain. I've had acorn woodpeckers clicking to the side. We've got hummingbirds that literally come 3 or 4 times a day and dip in it. The other bird baths will be completely empty, and all the birds are waiting to get on that bubbler fountain. So if I had to do it over again, I think I would just buy a couple of those and splurge on them, and because that's the one that gets used all the time.
I have heard from someone that they saw birds that they never saw before. They'd had still water offerings for birds, but when they put in a burbling fountain, splashing water, that really brought in more birds and birds that they had never seen before.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely been our experience.
Well, I want to say that thank you very much for your presentation. You can tour Laney's Garden on Sunday, May the 5th this year. It's her first time on the tour. And I appreciate you taking the time to give us a talk today.
Absolutely happy to be here. Thank you so much for putting this all together.
You're welcome. All right, so let's go now and finish up. So if you are in the South, the Alameda County Water District offers a rebate of $2 a square foot of lawn removed and replaced with water efficient landscaping, up to $3,000 for single family residential customers. Alameda County Water District customers must live in Fremont, Newark, or Union City to be eligible, and landscapes must have low water use plants covering at least 50% of the converted area, cap or remove sprinklers, and the projects must be pre-approved. You can save water and money and support local fauna and pollinators by installing California native plants. You can learn more and apply at acwd.org/rebates. And this beautiful garden is a tour garden that was on the tour last year. It's Joel's Garden in Fremont. Residential customers who purchase and install a WaterSense labeled weather-based irrigation controller can receive an $82 rebate. These controllers use local weather information to tailor irrigation schedules so that you only irrigate your landscape when it's needed. WaterSense certified controllers use 20% less water, save energy, and perform as well or better than other conventional controller models. You can learn more about them or about discounts on Rockio 3 smart sprinkler controllers at acwd.org/rebates. So we'll just go over the agenda for tomorrow. Stephanie Preugel, our very own Stephanie, will be giving a presentation in the morning on her native plant garden and her fully electrified home. Jennifer Durking will give a presentation on gardening for color and interest throughout the year. Glenn Phillips, Executive Director of the Golden Gate Bird Alliance, will be giving a presentation on gardening for birds, and you can see Glenn's garden on Sunday, May the 5th on the tour. And Aaron Dean will be giving a presentation on how to make your windows bird safe. In the afternoon, our very own Pete Vayu from East Bay Wilds will give a presentation on native street trees. And if you live in an HOA, Stephanie Falzoni will be giving a presentation on how she was able to get a native plant garden into her HOA. Following that, Delia Taylor will give a presentation on her and her husband John's Berkeley garden. And we'll finish with a very interesting presentation from Kathy Simon on how she fully electrified her Oakland home. You can also visit Kathy's home on Saturday, May 4th on the tour. So coming up tomorrow, 10 to 2:30 is the tour again. The in-person tour is Saturday, May 4th and 5th. The Bayside Gardens are open on Saturday the 4th, the Inland Gardens on the 5th from 10 to 5. You can read all about the gardens at bringingbackthenatives.net. The Orinda Bookstore, I wanted to remind you, if you purchase any of the following books from Orinda Books, a portion of the proceeds will be donated to the tour. And you will also be supporting Orinda Books, a local small business. And these are the California-specific books that you can purchase from them. I'd like to close by thanking the major funders of the tour for their continued support of this program. And this year's new major funders, which I really appreciate their help. And then all of the sponsors that allow us to make this tour possible. Thank you very much for being with us today.